Hey there, REM PCs. Welcome to our very first episode of Rules of Cool, where we interview special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. And then stay tuned because at 5 p.m. PST is the series premiere of our actual play of Shadowrun's Sixth World Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to talk about all things Shadowrun. I'm excited to get straight to our special guests, so let's get started. Welcome back, everyone. Today, I have a wonderful panel of guests here to talk about all things Shadowrun with me. Not only do these fine folks help build and develop the Shadowrun line, but they're also good friends of mine, and so I'm always thankful for a chance to talk to them. But I am going to allow them to introduce themselves to you. So why don't we start today with Jason? Who are you, and what do you do for Shadowrun?
I am Jason Hardy. I'm the Shadowrun line developer, so I make the Shadowrun happen.
Awesome. Mike?
I'm Mike Messmer. I'm the Shadowrun Catalyst demo team lead RPG agent, as well as a freelancer who works on the Shadowrun line. So I make the Shadowrun happen at the cons.
Awesome. I'm seeing a trend starting here. Hal, how about you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Hal. I am another one of the freelancers. I believe I'm the newest one. I might not be by this point, but I also do some work on the SRM committee, and I'm the errata coordinator.
The errata coordinator. I just want to clarify that. Awesome. RJ, who are you?
Hello, everybody. My name is RJ Thomas. I'm a senior writer at Catalyst Game Labs. I've been writing with Shadowrun, under the wonderful watchful eye of Jason for about a decade now. I'm also a demo agent, so occasionally when I'm not writing for Shadowrun, sometimes I'll come to the conventions and help people find out what exactly a great game Shadowrun is.
Awesome. And last but certainly not least, Cliff.
Hi, my name is Clifton, also potentially more known on the internet as Mr. Johnson of the Arcology podcast. Do a lot of podcasting about Shadowrun, actual plays, talking about the game, but also lately a lot of writing for Shadowrun. I'm pretty involved in that lately. It's been super exciting.
Neat. Well, it's great to have you all here. We're going to start with the easiest question first, and I'm going to pitch this question to Jason because I know he has a scripted answer ready. But then I want to open it up to anyone else who wants to chime in and say what it means to you. But Jason, what is Shadowrun?
It is where man and machine meet magic. It's magic cyberpunk noir. It's cyberpunk, so set in about 2082 is where we are now. So you got all the evil corporations and cross dealings and underdog punk people. And then you throw in fantasy. So you've got elves and mages and dragons and trolls, as Hal is showing us. And dragons run corporations, and Shadowrunners are the people who try to eke out an existence by not selling themselves out to the man and try to find a way to survive and maybe make the world slightly better if they can figure out a way how.
Awesome. That's a pretty great description. Does anyone have anything to add of what Shadowrun means to them or how you visualize the world?
Shadowrun is a cyberpunk dystopia that is extremely grimdark, where players have the option of carving out their own little bit and maybe making the world a little less dark by showing just a little bit of light. Or they can go the exact opposite and be the absolute worst people they want. But then because it's Shadowrun, sometimes it's not about good, bad. It's about whether or not you get paid.
True. All right. Well, go ahead, Mr. J.
Oh, I was just going to add that all of those things are true. Also, doing crime for money, contractual basis, usually on a one-off.
It's just something I'd like to add in. Cyberpunk goes, a good long ways back. It's a pretty well fleshed out genre, but urban fantasy, not so much. And I think Shadowrun, might have been, one of the reasons that became as popular as it did. So, like cyberpunk plus urban fantasy is it's a pretty fun niche to be in.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, getting into it, it was that mixture to me of like I think I can say this. Hopefully, we don't get sued, right? It was like Lord of the Rings meets Matrix meets Blade Runner, and that to me was like, ooh, let's dive into that world and make it our own. It's adding into our own real world the ability to use magic and futuristic technology and have different races and play elves and dwarves and whatever you like. And that's just fantastic.
Everyone's got their favorite cyberpunk books and movies, and everyone's got their favorite fantasy books and movies. So there's something for everybody in Shadowrun.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so Shadowrun has been around for over 30 years now. So how has it evolved since the first edition to what is now the Sixth World Edition? Any of you can take this.
You don't want me to answer. I'm going to talk about rules. So that's going to be a dry discussion.
It is a world that started out very, very much cyberpunk. It was all about the streets. Over the last 30 years, it is still very much that, but it has grown to such a way where you start blending in all sorts of different genres. You've got the noir detectives running around. You've got high-tech cybernetic warriors and magicians running around in blending high technology and it started off relatively small, but it has started to balloon into something that the technology itself, it's in some ways it mirrors our very own world, but in a lot of ways it has become its own thing. There's technology and things that happen and the way it happens in Shadowrun that totally went off script compared to how the real world evolved. But yet at the same time, you could see enough themes in Shadowrun, things like, what do you do to survive? What are some social issues that you see in the world today? Things like racism, things like that have always been a part of Shadowrun and have made for an interesting parallel as the universe has evolved. And it's a great way for people to explore some of that while also thinking about some heavy topics. But at the same time, you can have a lot of fun. You can be the hero that you always wanted to be, or at the same time, you can be the villain that you've always wanted to be. That's the great thing about Shadowrun. There is nothing that locks you into saying you have to do this. You literally have the freedom to do and be anything you want. There just might be consequences, though.
I like how you phrase that. And I remember my very first game of Shadowrun, the GM was like, well, what kind of game do you want? Do you want this to be like superhero where you can backflip out of a window, shatter the glass and land and be okay? Or do you want this to like have consequences and you get hurt and like there's that threat of life loss and things like that. So you can make it your gameplay however you want it to be. And I really like that about it too.
Do you think maybe that's one of the most significant ways that I've noticed that Shadowrun has evolved from first edition to more current ones? Is that in much earlier editions, you were much more likely to have your character suddenly taken away from you by a bad dice roll. In more recent editions, that almost never happens. In part because there's the mechanic to permanently burn off part of your attributes to sort of edit reality to go, okay, no, I might be really messed up, but I'm not actually dead. Yeah, but at a cost. And that really was not as much of an option back in the day. You had some ways around it, but it seems like it was a lot easier to get killed in the second edition than it is in, say, fifth or sixth.
Yeah.
Well, back when everybody had only one one health bar, and it was 10 boxes and that's it, and it went off in chunks of 1, 3, or 8. It definitely could make things a little different there. Over the years, the lethality has been toned down a little bit. The world has expanded so exponentially to what it used to be. It used to be, very much like RJ said, very, very street level, very kind of anarchists against the man kind of early on, and then it's kind of evolved into almost like Matrix like. It's kind of gained a kind of a very sleek veneer over the top of what it used to be, over its old rough edges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It started out on the streets. Then you started getting which a lot of people called Pink Mohawk, which is sort of the really rough and tumble, chaotic. Hey, let's just do the thing, and woo, we don't care. Throw the fireball, shoot the gun. Damn the consequences. And then as it's progressed, late 90s, early 2000s, then you're starting to, with the influence of movies like, say Mission Impossible, Ronin, stuff like that, you start to see more what was known as black trench coat, where it starts players maybe start becoming more professionals. They're not just, the street toughs. They're not just, the anarchists. Now you're starting to get the professional gunslinger, the professional hacker, the professional warrior soldier starting, and you're getting a the both sides kind of trying to mingle, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, which creates conflict in that particular style. And conflict is always great for a game, because conflict breeds a problem, and a problem needs to be solved, and solving problems and doing things is what any role-playing game is all about.
And all this is not to say that lethality that we talked about from earlier editions is not still present. If you want it, you can make it. Shadowrun is a flexible enough system. You can make it as gritty a game as you need it to be. In the games that I run, I tend to run them a lot more grittier. There's a lot more consequences, and people break themselves and end up in the hospital. That's what happens. But there are some games when it is a little bit more superheroes by night, but at the other times it's like I tend to enjoy that higher risk factor, and I know a lot of players do.
Yeah, and sometimes the dice just hate you, no matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something really nerdy among friends? Is this a safe place?
Yes.
Sure.
So Shadowrun has always been, a fantasy setting. But especially we're talking about how it's changed from its roots of the 80s to now. Everyone who's been a fan of Shadowrun, I'm convinced, ever since the beginning, kind of had a little bit of their soul die in 2012 when Magic didn't come back. So we're now for sure living not in Shadowrun. It's not going to happen. It's an alternate setting. It's not what could be.
I like that a lot. And yes, it's definitely disappointing. One of the things that it was really neat coming into the world of Shadowrun and learning about the lore and stuff is the timeline of everything that comes out is 60 years in the future of now. So some of the things that have come to pass as we've caught up to that time in the last 30 years have actually been a little prophetic and have actually happened. So that's pretty neat, but Magic sadly was not one.
And some of them is the opposite, where you see over the editions, Shadowrun originally came out before the Lost Generation in Japan. So originally, most of the megacorps were all Japanese, but as that future has become less likely, now we have more megacorps from around the world. And of course, one of the biggest changes Shadowrun ever did from 3rd to 4th edition, we went to the wireless matrix. Because
there you go, right there.
Who can imagine a future with no cell phones? So I mean, you gotta put it in.
Well, even at a Shadowrun Origins podcast where we play in the 2050s era using more current rules, I sort of play it like, hey, you've got cell phones and wireless technology. You just can't jack in and transmit SimSense that way. So you still have to jack in the hack, but you can search the web on your phone. It's a good workaround. But yeah, pocket secretaries don't cost 3,000 yen like they did back in the book then.
Yeah.
Secretary being the equivalent of what we call a cell phone now.
Mm-hmm.
When I first learned about cell phones, that's a pocket secretary. I mean, that's
That's what I called mine for quite some time.
Yeah.
Talking about the transition from the past 30 years and what's kind of happened in the world and some of the rules and stuff like that, what about dice? Has it always been fistfuls of D6s?
Yes.
Yep.
Sometimes one fist, sometimes two fists.
That's right.
I've
If it's not
got
broke, you don't fix that. So.
Yeah. Just get your big 64-ounce mug of dice and just okay. So we need to take a 30-minute break. I got to count this up. Let's order pizza. Just how it goes.
I'm a
Excellent.
big dice pool fan anyway, so yeah, it's part of the key part of Shadowrun, so it's not going anywhere.
I have a ceramic dice bowl, and there's nothing more satisfying than playing Shadowrun and hearing the ching, 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 as you roll it. It's one of my favorite things. Great. Well, so what is the appeal of Shadowrun to someone that's only familiar with the fantasy RPGs and Dungeons and Dragons and things like that? What is the draw that would move them from that world into this one?
I deal with that all the time with a lot of my friend group and a lot of the people that I work with. They ask, what's the difference, right? And the difference for me is like the easy way to put it is that it comes out in options, right? Because we're using our real world as a base. We have so much more variety to work with, not only from a character generation standpoint, but just like a sheer option of what you can do standpoint. And then you take it and you say, all right, we're going to take that setting, we're going to thrust it into a more modern cyberpunkish era, and then we're going to keep the magic that goes with it. And what you do is you open up this world that is like orders of magnitude bigger than what you would get in a more confined fantasy setting, because the lore of Shadowrun is exceptionally deep and it has been going for a very long time. And that's what I always tell people. They get hooked on the lore and they stay for the games. It's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, the rules reboot every edition, but the setting just keeps going. It's always the same setting.
Yeah, we just keep adding more to it. And the great thing about Shadowrun is that no matter what game system you come from, you can usually find something in Shadowrun. There's literally something for everybody in there. You want to play, the big tough, hey, I've got an axe, troll or orc and just want to smash into people. Well, guess what? You can do that, but now you have the added benefit of maybe say throw in some magic and some cyberware, and now you've just amped everything up like by a factor of 10,
Or you don't have to use an axe. You can put an axe head on your AK-97.
Exactly. And the thing that got me interested in Shadowrun is because back in the day, I did not start out liking the higher fantasy games like Dungeons and Dragons. It just felt like something I just really didn't like. I was more of a sci-fi nerd at the time. And then I come across this game called Shadowrun where it's like, well, you can have technology. Okay. And you can have some of these fantasy elements. Tell me more. And you can have guns. Sold. Okay, when do we start? So
I'm opposite. I was all fantasy, and we were playing in a D&D group, and one of the Shadowrun writers was in our group and was like, I want to run this Shadowrun game. It's cyberpunk fantasy. And I was like, that sounds stupid. I hated it.
Way to sell the game.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
Well, it was everyone wanted to give it a chance. So my GM actually made my character. I was like, I guess I'll care. Like, tell me how many dice to roll. Okay, rolling all this dice is kind of fun. And then I got into the story. I got into the character. I got into the setting. I got into the world, and it sold me. And now I'm producing shows for Shadowrun. If that's not a selling it story, I don't know what it is. So.
and the thing about Shadowrun is it's not just the game itself, the role-playing game system itself. Shadowrun has expanded quite a bit. One of the things that I've always loved and continue to love about Shadowrun, and yeah, I am tempting myself a little bit, is the lore and the stories that are always coming out. Each Shadowrun book has a lot of short stories in them. There have been Shadowrun novels that came out.
A lot of novels.
Yeah, a lot of, and now that's starting to come back again. And for me, that was the one thing that I always loved. Like, everyone keeps going back to the lore. Games and rules changed. I think it was Hal that said that, but the lore continues, and we just keep building off it. And it's that and it's the stories of the people and the characters that inhabit the Sixth World. That's what I think keeps people coming back time and time and again.
Yeah.
Rules just facilitate.
Yeah,
one of the rules end of things. So go ahead.
I was going to say, the one of the examples I said earlier about how the mega corporations were mostly all Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't just change like that. They actually, that was lore wise. There was a story about why more mega corporations rose and why some of the Japanese mega corporations fell. The Corp War was a major plot point in Shadowrun. And Fall of Fuji.
Yeah.
Clifton, did you have something to add?
On the rule side of it, perhaps an appeal for Shadowrun to someone who's more familiar with, say, D&D style RPGs is Shadowrun has no class, is no classes. You're not restricted to picking a class or multi-classing something together to make your idea work. You get to decide which of the elements of the magic and the cybernetics or the hacking and many variations within those, or if you're going to lean into skills or social ability, you can make a character that really fits within an archetype, which can be like a class, but you don't have a class that tells you what you have to do. And there are lots of ways to make characters that have a hybrid approach where you're like, I really love the idea of being someone who can talk their way past a situation, but I want to be good at guns too. Or I also want to be a mage, or I want to be able to summon spirits or run up walls like a magic ninja.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's all there for you to pick from. Some things are going to maybe exclude others from you. Like if you go heavy cyber, your magic's not going to work as well. But you can mostly do what you want.
Yeah.
Within some limitations. You can assign your resources to what you find most important about your character. And that has always been a big draw for me.
Yeah, I've got a real quick story. This is one of the reasons I love going to convention and running Shadowrun at conventions. This has happened about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And over the course of, I want to say 4 years, I remember meeting this one gentleman. He never played Shadowrun before. He says, I want to be a Dr. Ninja sniper. And I'm like, it's going to take a little work. Where do you want to start? I'll start with the doctor. Okay, good. Medic is a good thing. And he just kept playing that character over and over. And by, I think, a couple of years later, I ran into him again, and he showed me his character sheet and his logs, how he'd progressed over many campaigns and only one reboot, but he ended up getting really close to what he wanted. And he was just so happy and proud of that character. He said, this is the last season I'm going to play, because after this, I got to retire. But man, has it been a ride. And it's stuff like that. Like you said, you can be whatever you want to. And to see someone find that joy and actually accomplishing that, that's great.
Yeah. Rules mechanics wise, a side effect of not having classes is you don't level up.
Yeah.
You get experience points every time you play. You just spend them piecemeal on this skill or that attribute. You don't just do everything at once like you do in a level up in a class.
And just like anybody in real life, you learn a new skill and you just improve it.
I do have to say, I think another draw is it allows that fantasy element for a D&D fan into our world. So like that opportunity to be like, when you watch Lord of the Rings, you're like, I want to be a cool dwarf or an elf or whatever. And then like you can bring that into our world and play in Seattle, Chicago, Cleveland, if you want to, like play where you want your setting to be, and what you know, but then it's the futuristic approach makes it justifiable, where it's like, oh, magic comes into the world at some point and changes the direction of our humanity, therefore it works out. So that was a big draw, I think, for me as well, is I want to bring it into my world.
Yeah, you can still try to go take on the dragon's horde, but you can bring along your shotgun.
Yeah.
My money's still on the dragon.
I didn't say take on the dragon. You're going to get his horde. Sneak in.
Wait for him to leave, and then you.
The thing is that the orcs guarding the dragon horde all have shotguns too.
Yes.
Yep.
Always the law of Shadowrun. Whatever you use can be used against you.
So let's talk about sixth edition specifically. Is it more or less accessible to new players to learn than some of the previous editions?
More. The goal on 6th edition was to make it leaner, lighter, easier to get into. And so we took what was like almost 500-page rule book in 5th edition and slimmed it down to make it easier, less modifiers overall, just so you can get in and start doing stuff quicker.
I think it might be more meaningful to say the rule book is about like a pound or two lighter rather than how many fewer pages it is.
Yeah, the damage code has gone down a little bit. So, sometimes you may have to go old school if you want. Oh, wait a minute. You're not supposed to use the book for damage, are you?
Not supposed to hit people with a book.
Now, I
Right,
know
now
why
you tell me.
Now we know why those demo books are so beaten up.
You're the
Well,
one who's been chewing up my demo books? Okay. Let's see what happens.
I admit to nothing.
I think you did admit to something already.
Nope. I just said it was possible. I didn't say I actually did.
Yeah,
So-
Shadowrun's roots, go back to the 80s. That was the days of super complex, super nuanced, lots of charts, kind of role-playing games. That's what people liked. But tastes and expectations have changed. So, Shadowrun's been keeping up with it. And I'd say 6th World Edition is as far away from Rollmaster and, D&D 2nd Edition as any Shadowrun edition has been.
Yeah. So with more, and we touched on this a little bit with talking about the 2012 event, but with more than 30 years of world building that's been done, like if any of our viewers are brand new to Shadowrun, what are the major events that a new runner should know about?
The
So you should know
Awakening.
about the Awakening when Magic came back. You should probably know about the 2 Matrix crashes because they reshaped the corporate world. And you should just know about the death of Dunkelzahn, the great dragon who briefly became president of the UCAS because it was really cool.
Yeah.
And it was a neat event in Shadowrun history. But other than that, all you really need to know is your situation's desperate and you need to make it better. And then you can figure out the events as you go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'd throw in the Treaty of Denver, not so much for the treaty itself, but what happened before it with balkanization in North America.
I would say bugs, because bugs have been a long-going plot for a long time, ever since almost the beginning. The takeover of Chicago turning into Bug City, all the corporate shenanigans Ares macro technology went through, and how that has evolved into eventually it came to a head not too long ago in Detroit, where there was a massive battle there, and again, Ares and the bugs, they're one of the best antagonists out there. Well, maybe they are protagonists because, maybe you want to play an insect shaman. See, again, great about Shadowrun. You can play anything. But, I would say the bugs. Also, let's not forget the Ren.
These are bug spirits for anyone that's not familiar with with the world.
Well,
they take you over and
invading us from an astral plane elsewhere, and they take over people's bodies and ultimately consume and destroy them in order to exist in our world. And they want to do that to everybody.
Yes. So
it may not be mandatory to know, but it's fun to know that a dragon was president of the Rump United States, the UCAS, at least for a little while.
The basics like Jason touched on, the Awakening, the couple of Matrix crashes, Dunkelzahn for president. These things are things that you would know just by existing in the world at that point. But, up to that point, what I do is I tend to leave everything else for the players to find out in game, and I just kind of run it. And one of the coolest experiences I ever have as GM is to run some major events that happen in the Shadowrun storyline, whether they be old, new, or whatever, and seeing our players' reaction to them and how they go through them. And it's been a lot of fun doing that and introducing them to the world just without them having to know anything.
Yeah.
I think it's worth noting that there's huge amount of lore that's existing within the Shadowrun setting. 30 years the game's been running, but as a new player, you kind of barely need to know any of it to just jump in and play the game. And you can, if you've got a good GM or just someone who knows the setting, you can explore those events, or you can just explore doing the Shadowrun things in what you imagine the 2080s to be like, and not even think too much about that stuff. Because the stories that I like most aren't the ones that focus on the big corporations of the huge events or what the dragons are doing, but what's going on in the lives of the player characters.
Yeah, one of the funnest games I've ever run for a lot of friends of mine at home was I took my hometown and turned it into Shadowrun. What would my city be like in the world of Shadowrun? And it was familiar enough for them where they knew the landmarks. And when I say, hey, you're going to this place, they knew exactly what I was talking about. And then you throw in all the cyberpunk, all the magic, all of that stuff, and they ate it up. And that's another great thing about Shadowrun is you can adapt it to so much. Whatever you want to do, it's a recurring theme. Whatever you want to do, you can do it.
One of the common questions that comes up just online social media and the Shadowrun circles is, hey, has anyone written about my hometown? I want to play Shadowrun in that town, and I don't know what to do. And the greatest advice that's always given in those is make it up. That's great. And then tell us about it. And then somebody else can build off of those ideas.
That's awesome.
Yep.
So something that sets Shadowrun rules apart from other RPGs is the edge mechanic. So can you explain how that works in Sixth World?
Sure. It's expanded from the way it was in earlier editions. In earlier editions, it was just a way to give yourself a boost if you needed it. So you would have an edge rating for your character, and you could roll those dice in certain circumstances or use edge benefits. It's expanded more in 6th edition to kind of encompass a lot of the advantages that you might gain in any situation. So if you're hiding in cover from gunfire, you might get a point of edge to represent the benefits of hiding there. Or if you are making a really good argument in your negotiation to try to get more pay, you might get a point of edge. And then there are certain things you can spend it on to make your dice rolls better and to give you a better chance at success. So it's a way of simplifying some of the modifiers and just putting it into the points that you can spend and the dice you can roll.
I think if I were explaining it to someone who is used to a current edition of D&D, I would say it's Shadowrun's equivalent to the advantage-disadvantage mechanic. It makes it real quick and easy to figure out how to deal with all the different things that might come up. Is there's fog? Is it dark? Are you going to slip? Do you have the right piece of gear? Or the right training or mindset or spell even. And it can be a back and forth that builds up over the course of an encounter as well. You can spend it and gain it in different ways. So as a game design writer, it provides some really interesting mechanical levers to use to bring out different themes.
And as a fun development story, back when we were working on 6th edition, it actually was a separate mechanic for some of these situations to kind of not copy advantage disadvantage, but to have some of that same, if you have a situational advantage, this is what's going to happen. But I kept getting feedback from playtesters saying, no, what you're doing is edge. This mechanic that you've invented is just edge. Don't make a new mechanic, expand edge. And they were right. So that's what we did.
Awesome.
Yeah, another thing 6th edition does with edge that is new to 6th edition is spending edge to perform actions, whereas edge has always been a dice roll manipulation mechanic before. In 6th edition, you can also spend edge to perform actions, which require the expenditure of edge. So that's an entirely new concept in Shadowrun.
The way it almost reminds me of like the JRPG mechanic of a limit break, where you've got this meter that gradually builds up, and when it fills up to a certain point, then you can do a special ability or a cool thing with one of your abilities.
Yeah, and like a power up or a hero move.
One of the advantages, I think, in the Rigger book is you could spend some edge to take a special action to apply your piloting skill to a defensive roll to make it harder for you to get shot. It's not something you can just do normally. You have to put a little extra something into it, and that extra something is edge.
Neat. Okay. Well, what are the new releases or the most recent releases that Shadowrun has put out that viewers should look for?
So the newest book that was released was called The Third Parallel. It's a campaign book set in Denver. As I mentioned when describing Shadowrun, it's about where man and machine meet magic. And this book puts those three streams first side by side and then looks at how they intersect and threaten to blow each other up. So you have all sorts of fun trying to look at how you can save Denver, or maybe not if you don't feel like it. So that's the latest. We have next month the Sixth World Companion, which is the player's companion book for SR6. So that has all the new character options and metavariant types and a whole bunch of qualities. And the errata committee and others also did a lot of fun work in that book on alternate rules. So if there are different ways or different play styles you want to adapt to your table, there's some alternate rules that you can slip in, and each one has a nice little description. Use this rule if you want to make your game more lethal, or if you want to do this in your game. And so you can pick what rules will make it fun for your table. So that should be a fun book.
Awesome. Quick question as well, and maybe this is, I know Mike has a lot of knowledge of history on this from our conversations in the past, but what about fiction? Like, what is a good fiction book to start with to dive into the world of Shadowrun?
So I would
go ahead, Jason.
No, go ahead. I would just talk. You go ahead.
Oh no. I mean, you have a lot more of the current fiction that's out. I have the fiction line that's been out for Shadowrun for quite some time has always been pretty good about introducing the world. There's been ones that go back 30 years to introduce the world as it was then, and then you have ones that introduce the world as it is now, and they all still apply in one way or another. My favorites were the old books from back in the days. My old favorites were always like Never Deal with a Dragon and 2XS and things like that. I just actually got done. I finished reading Makeda Red recently, which is a new book. Such a great one. That one was really good, among others. But Jason, you could probably speak more to it than I can at the moment.
No, you mentioned a lot of good things. So yeah, the Never Deal with the Dragon Secrets Power trilogy. We've got new versions of that, and I think we're going to have even specialer editions coming out in the near future.
Super secret
Jennifer
editions.
Brozek, who did Makeda Red, and then Elfin Black, if I'm remembering the title, came out recently, and she does a fantastic job. Just fast moving and engaging plots. There was a book that we released a while ago that was meant to kind of bring people into Shadowrun if you've never read fiction before, called Fire and Frost. So that's a good one that kind of introduces you to the whole dynamic and goes to some locations across the world so you can see Shadowrunning in different spots. And there have been some short story anthologies like Spells in Chrome, World of Shadows, Drawing Destiny. So if you want to get a taste of a lot of different writers and a lot of different ways of Shadowrunning, you could jump into those, and then you can find writers that you really enjoy and keep following them, because a lot of them have written more for Shadowrun beyond those anthologies.
And one thing I do want to point out too, because I think I'd be remiss in doing so, is that if you like into Noir detective stories, one can't forget our favorite elven Noir detective, Jimmy Kincaid, and Russell Zimmerman's Shaken, Stirred, and On the Rocks.
Yeah,
excellent.
If you like the noir field, absolutely pick up some Kincaid books. Good stuff.
I would add that all of the rule books aren't just rule books. They're all in-universe documents, ostensibly written as in-universe documents. So there's lore in those. But one book in particular is a 6th edition book, but it's got no rules in it. It's just it's ostensibly a printout of a wiki from inside the universe, the Streetpedia.
Oh yeah.
That's my favorite lore book. I mean, it's not a novel. It's basically the in-universe Shadowrun Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I love having that. I leave it on my table when I play, put it in the middle of the table. Yeah. And when I drop a name, I'll tap my finger and then they'll go and look at the book, Yeah. So
There's another book that came out a number of years ago. It's called the Sixth World Almanac. That's another great one for players who are just starting to get in there. It's literally starts from about the time the Shadowrun timeline really took off, which I believe was around the early to late 90s. And then that's when it kind of diverged from our timeline. And it goes all the way to, I want to say the mid 70s, around 75-ish. So Shadowrun right now, Jason said earlier, is only 82. So if you want to catch up on a good chunk and a lot of the high points of Shadowrun history and know some of the historical events which have shaped the 6th world. Let's be very careful, folks. That is a great book to get a feel of Shadowrun history.
Awesome. Yeah, a lot of great recommendations there. I've been making my way through some of the books as well, and it really helps me. I don't have a good brain for the Matrix and how all of that works because computers just are magic to me. So like I just read Dark Resonance by Phaedra Wilson.
Say, if you're looking for Matrix stuff, Dark Resonance is good.
It was really helpful, and it was a good run. It was high stakes. It made me want to just keep turning the pages. So very good as well. Well, as we start winding down toward the top of the hour here, so we can actually play some Shadowrun, I want to ask each of you what work or book are each of you proudest of, or like is your go-to? And I know some of you might have touched on that with the lore question as well, but whether you worked on it or whether it's something that it is your go-to and you love this book. So let's start with Hal.
Well, most of my writing credits are not out yet. I think Double Clutch is the only one. That was my first writing credit that I really love Riggers to begin with, and I love how the book turned out. So I guess I'm going to have to say Double Clutch.
Don't sell yourself short, Hal. The work you've done on the errata and pulling this game together and making it better every day of the work, you've done a ton of work, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, the SR6 Seattle edition owes a lot to Hal.
Yeah.
That's great.
That was you came to me, I forget what month, but we had about a year, and we did a lot of work. I'm proud of Seattle edition too. That's
awesome. Jason, what about you? Got a long record of books to think through.
I mean, there's a lot that I liked. There was a book way back in the day called Street Legends that I never thought got quite the attention that it deserved because it's got some really good writing in it. And Court of Shadows was a fun experiment to try to take the Shadowrun setting and move it into the Sealy Court. And the writers came up with some really creative ways of adapting Shadowrun into a more high fantasy setting. Cutting Black is a fantastic wide-spanning book, and I also am fond of it because of how long RJ and I batted that around and kept, saying, okay, we're going to do this plot and then push it here, and then push it here, and then push it here, and to see how well he accomplished the final product. As far as my books, there's always going to be a special place in my heart for Hell on Water, just because I decided to try something very strange to entertain myself. And so I made it weird and they let me get away with it. And I always appreciate people letting me get away with weird stuff.
I've read that one too, and it's a very good read. Well, thank you. What about you, Mr. J?
Oh, me? Oh, the other Mr. J. Sorry.
Oh, you're Mr. RJ or Mr. Thomas?
That's what I was confused about. Sorry.
Mr. Johnson.
All right, I think I'm going to double dip on this one because I want to shed some light on Shadowrun Anarchy 2050. I was super involved in that book. I sort of dipped my toes in a little bit and just getting more and more chunks of it as other people became less involved and more needed to get done, to where so much of that book is like words I wrote, adapting the classic runs to contract briefs, to life a bunch of the different characters. A lot of the if you see the character pre-gens that feel very similar to the layout, how they looked in the first edition book, those are mine. I just had a lot of fun with it.
Can you explain what the difference is between like Shadowrun Sixth World versus Shadowrun Anarchy?
Shadowrun Anarchy is the queue system, Catalyst's queue system, which is a really fun, fast-flowing narrative RPG system that I believe started with Cosmic Patrol, which is like a Flash Gordon RPG. Then they adapted it for Valiant, which is a superhero RPG, really fun to play. And it's since gone on to have versions for Shadowrun as well as Mech Warrior. Shadowrun's version is Anarchy. And it's just, it flows really well. It's a quicker way of playing. It's less less specific on like, do you get edge for this or that? No, just roll your pile of dice and describe what happens. It manages to be both very, very rules light, and yet it feels very much like Shadowrun every moment you're playing it, and I like it a lot. I've just had a blast playing it. We recorded a whole campaign where we played ghouls surviving in Las Vegas using Anarchy. Not all of that's been released yet, but that was so much fun. So I'm super proud of that. But I also want to say I'm really proud of what I've done for the Shadowrun companion that's coming up soon. Because I got to write all the character creation option, all of that chapter with of course, bring it in some to 10 again, but a point buy system that I think will be a lot easier to manage than trying to build a character out of hundreds of karma, and the life path system, which came along with the chapter, and I had to figure out how to make it work. And I think I wrangled it pretty well, but we'll see what people say when it comes out.
Awesome.
I'm really looking forward to Companion too. I think it's going to be a really good book.
System. I think you did good.
Thank you.
Now, RJ, how about you?
I'll get it right this time. Jason kind of he mentions one of the books that I am most proud of. Jason already mentioned it, which was Cutting Black. That was the first time in my Shadowrun writing career where he literally let me cut loose. I came to him with all sorts of these crackpot crazy ideas, and he's like, sure, make it bigger. So I did my best to make it bigger. I'm also very proud of that book because of the team effort that went into making that. Mr. Johnson was also a very big part of that. He did a very, very excellent short fiction that was the nice midpoint of that storyline. I'm still very happy with that. There were other authors, Scott Schletz, Brooke Chang, Thomas Willoughby, and I'm probably going to forget a few others, but everyone that came together on that book, it was just a wonderful, well, it was both the best and worst experience of my writing career. It was great creatively, but I learned a lot about putting a book together because it almost broke me, but I learned so much. So that was probably one of my best accomplishments. But I would say if I had to choose something that I'm most proud of, I would narrow it down to two short stories. The first one is from the recent Double Clutch book. It was the beginning short fiction, which was called Angles of Attack. That was I had a blast writing for riggers and Thunderbird pilots, which a Thunderbird, for those of you who don't know, is a lighter than air vehicle. Imagine a vectored thrust aircraft that literally rockets through the sky and only stays in the air due to the amount of thrust it puts out. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself.
If you know XCOM, think of the Sky Ranger.
Exactly. The other short fiction that I'm the most proud of was from the 5th edition book, Street Grimoire. A lot of people weren't too happy with that book, but I will stand by that book and that story, which was called. Nope, I'm sorry, I got the book wrong. It was Chrome Flesh, same edition, but the story was called My Brother's Keeper. I literally cried when I wrote the ending to that because it was, to me, it touched on it. The story was about. Part of that story was about a friend that I had that I lost to an illness.
Oh.
And yeah, it's something that, and I just kind of got inspiration. Two brothers on the street, both samurai, both, eking out a living, and it just came together. And to this day, I will put that short story of mine up against any other Shadowrun fiction ever. And that's not to put anything against any other writer, but that's probably the one I am most proud of right now.
Well, I have to throw out too. I am very proud of Chrome Flash because it's my name's first appearance in the book. That Scott, the writer that ran my first game, put our whole gaming group in there. So I think I'm an elf genius somewhere in there. So I like going to gaming stores, and I live in Montreal now, and they all speak French. So I'll go and go, c'est moi, and I get very proud of it. And last but not least, how about you, Mike?
Well, I've been doing more writing in 6th, and I started doing some stuff in middle of 5th. I think some of my stuff that I'm really, really happy with is the is the end of the Chicago arc, the Chicago missions arc, ending with Final Countdown. I think a really iconic mission. You could not have asked for more in that one. That was a lot of fun. I think most recently, what I'm probably most proud of is the Matrix overhaul that me and Bob Boldrecht worked on through the Sixth World book, and making the Matrix really, really work for people to make it a much more accessible part of the game, and make sense to us both, as as a computer guy myself and a gamer. I wanted to make it work on both levels, and I think we really hit it this time. I think the Matrix really works out.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the Matrix is one of the 6th edition's real strengths.
Yeah.
Guys did good.
Cool. Well,
So one of 6th edition's. Sorry.
go ahead.
I just have to say one of 6th edition's biggest strengths, in my opinion, is the action economy. I play both 5th and 6th edition in different groups, and every time we hit combat and roll initiative and start going through a combat turn in 5th edition, I go, why am I not playing 6th edition now?
Awesome. That's quite the hype for it, from someone who have been heavily involved in playing in the Shadowrun community. Okay, so we're getting close. So I want to give everyone just one more chance to tout your work. Where can people follow you? Where can people find you? Where should people check out your projects and other work? Anyone can chime in, or not if you're like, don't follow me.
I'm pretty easy to find. I just have my little old Facebook profile. I don't do much other social media. Most of my projects right now are through Catalyst, so just keep watching the announcements. And if there's a Shadowrun book that's coming out, fair chance I might be involved, or I'm going to try to be involved in some way, shape, or form. Just look for my name in the credits. Don't have too much coming out. I think Third Parallel was the last big project I finished. Working on something else right now. Hush, hush, can't talk about it. But the one thing I can say is I'm hoping within the next couple months, there is a novella I've been working on for quite a while that I'm hoping to get finished within that period of time. And then once that's done, I talked to the Shadowrun fiction line developer guy, and we got another idea for something else that might be coming after that. So keep your fingers crossed. Hopefully that'll work out soon.
Awesome.
See, RJ is a regular social butterfly on media compared to me. So best bet is to just keep your ear to the ground as far as the new products coming out, with my name in them. And it's just like you said. And as far as I'm concerned, srconvention@gmail.com is the best way to get a hold of me as far as the demo team. And if you're interested in running convention games for Shadowrun, we have a pretty good crew. I think everybody could have some fun doing that. So if you're interested in that, hit that email address up.
Yeah, stop by if you're going to Origins in Columbus, Ohio, and see Mike. We're going to be playing Shadowrun there, and then of course we're going to be playing Shadowrun at Gen Con as well. So come by the Shadowrun room and sit down and play a game with us.
We'll do everything we can to get you a seat, even if you don't have a ticket. We'll do absolutely everything we can. We want people playing the game and having fun. That's what it's all about.
Awesome. Who else?
Shadowrun Facebook page, Catalyst Game Labs Twitter feed, Shadowrun6thworld.com webpage. Anything that happens with Shadowrun, I put announcements on those places. And if you want to see my non-Shadowrun stuff, which I occasionally work on, the Jason M. Hardy Facebook page is there and occasionally gets updated.
Awesome.
I am also not much of a social media butterfly, but I can be found actually on Shadowrun Missions Online. They've got a Discord server. It's a Catalyst demo team online Discord forum. I'm SSDR, short for Stainless Steel Devil Rat. It's too long for a handle, so I'm just SSDR there. I'm also rather often on Master RM on Twitch.
Yeah, you play D&D on Saturday mornings, and Hal will actually, we're once a month on this channel. We're going to take a break from Shadowrun and play a one-shot, and so we're planning a Legend of the Five Rings run by Hal in June. And Hal's going to sub in for one of our players that couldn't make it tonight or for the next couple of weeks, and play some Shadowrun with us.
So you can hang out right here if you want to see me again.
Yeah.
We always want to see more Hal.
And last
Especially in
but
that hat.
certainly-
That's a very
Last-
dapper hat for horns and a troll.
I don't know if I can keep it on for the whole next stream. It's getting pretty warm under this, but I'll do my best.
And Mr. Johnson, where can we find you?
The arcologypodcast.com. You can find like just hundreds of hours of audio content about Shadowrun and actual play content of Shadowrun. If you back us on Patreon, patreon.com/arcologypodcast, there's more campaigns you can download there. And it's been a little while. We haven't been posting as much in the last couple of years, but there's still a lot out there and more to come. But biggest thing I want to promote right now is a Kickstarter going on that Alternis is essentially partnering with Fracking Unicorns Games for. I'm the lead writer for as well. The next Misspent Youth book, Fall in Love, Not in Line. Doing pretty good on Kickstarter, but can always do better. We're looking forward to revealing the stretch goals because we haven't quite hit our initial goal yet. Now 3 days in, so yeah, please check that out. Boost it. Check it out. There's a live play that we're doing on Alternis' channel every Tuesday during the day, and there's video on demand. You can check it out if you miss it. It's a really fun, really rules light, narrative heavy, fighting the man kind of game. A lot of fun.
Very similar to Shadowrun. So, and
I
Clifton
support
and I are
supporting
both-
Fragging Unicorn.
Yay! and Clifton and I are both playing in that as well. So if you want to follow more of what we're doing, you can see us over there. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate you making the time, and thank you for all of the good work that you do in the shadows.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for playing the game and letting us come on and talk.
Thank you very much for the invite.
Thanks a lot.
Happy to be here anytime.
And stay tuned, everyone, because up next, we get to see all that we learned today in our premiere of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. We are so excited to announce that Shadowrun and Catalyst Game Labs are sponsoring the show and have a very special giveaway happening during the game. So you can get your very own hard copy of Shadowrun 6th World Seattle Edition by entering #RenPC in the chat. You can get additional entries as well by going to our donation page, www.remalternis.com/nuyen. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep us producing content. Also, Mr. Johnson talked about this, but I want to bring it up as well. Off-topic announcement, please go check out the Kickstarter for Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line, an RPG about teen angst, friendship, and rebellion. Stand up to authority and fight injustice with a rules-light, highly narrative and story-focused game. Now live on Kickstarter at www.remalternis.com/misspent youth. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time where we talk the Shadowrun Missions Living Campaign. Later, RemPCs.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. You gotta feel it. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities renamed. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line, is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
You're live. Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to the series premiere of our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. I'm your GM, Bob Dr. Meat Grinder Loper, and tonight we're starting the case of the Beleaguered Professor. I'm excited to get straight into our special guests, so let's get started. All right. So our story begins a week ago in a dark Seattle alley. The fog has rolled in from Puget Sound. First of our Shadowrunners, Curie, awakens to the sound of a couple of gangers hassling someone. As you look around, you see the two guys standing over a couple of pixies. So Curie, who are you, and why are you here tonight?
Curie has been on the run for a while, and to get out of Dodge, a great place to get lost is Seattle. So that's what she's trying to do. She just got to town, has a potential contact for as a fixer to get her some work, but she's been traveling, just arrived, was exhausted, found a nice, safe-looking space behind a dumpster in an alley. And Curie is a mage. She's hermetic, and so science is magic. It's an access point to the brain that some people have access to and others don't, and a lot of it is manipulation of energy. So she wears she's a brunette. She wears a armored lab coat. And that has her biomonitor on it and an escape handle and stuff like that. But that's really all she owns in the world. And she's grumpy from having been woken up.
So the hassling goes on. You hear, "Give us the stuff now!" As you sort of peer around and you see, sort of almost trapped in a corner, there are these two pixies. So the pixies are they're 1.5 feet tall, so about a half meter, with wings, but they're sort of being stood over menacingly by these two guys.
I'll kind of just stay peeked out from behind the dumpster so that I have some cover, and say, "Hey, leave them the frag alone."
One of them turns around and you see in his hand is what must be a motorcycle chain, and he turns and says, "Mind your own business."
You're starting trouble on my doorstep, so get the frag out. Final warning.
This is our turf.
Threateningly, I show my hand and have some frost kind of coat my fingers. I'm trying to use the intimidation so I don't have to fight these guys and they'll just leave,
Okay.
And we can all have a good night.
So it doesn't take too much of a show of power, and you see, I mean, these guys are, if they're go-gangers, they're rookies, and the one who's sort of looking at you, his eyes go wide, and you think he's about half a second from dropping the motorcycle chain, and just taps the other guy and says, we got to get out of here, mage. And the other one turns around real quick, and his eyes go wide as well, and they just sort of stumble away down the alley.
She blinks a little shocked because it's usually not that easy. She was fully expecting a fight and was thinking, "Oh man, I haven't had a chance to cast increased reflexes yet. But she just kind of watches them go until they're out of sight, and is kind of thinking like, in case they bring friends back, maybe I should find another place to sleep. Then she like kind of remembers the pixies. Is it more than one pixie?
There are two.
There are two.
And one of them says, "Thanks."
She just kind of gives him a shrug and turns to head out down the alley and find a new place to sleep.
And as you turn around, you see there's a third pixie, sort of leaning against the wall, very casually. Says, so she says, "Nice moves. You looking for work?"
At the nice moves, like she's like kind of makes a face 'cause she's like, I didn't do anything. But when at the offer of work, she kind of tilts her head and her ears perk up as she says, "And what do you have in mind?"
That's the look I'm interested in. Name's Trouble. And you are?
You can call me Curie.
Ask me your comm code. There's always work for someone with talent.
She kind of thinks about it and blinks. She does send it, but she'll comment, "I'm looking for work, not trouble."
Well, frequently one comes with the other.
Fair
At least the
enough.
stuff you get paid for.
All right, well.
You'll be less happy when you meet toil then.
She groans at the wordplay, and she says, "Just leave Double and Bubble at home."
Fair enough. Be seeing you then. And she sort of inches past you to go collect the other two, her two friends apparently.
I don't even wait with my charisma of 2. I'm not known for being very friendly, so I just start walking away.
Okay.
No goodbyes.
All right. So we pick up 2 days ago. Last week. And it might have been a 5 o'clock shadow when the suit was first put on. So here we pick up with Material Girl at the Soy Bucks. Who is Material Girl, and why is she here today?
Material is elf cat burglar, a former child star about 15 years ago. Fans of J-pop or kawaii metal might recognize her from her one hit in a one-hit wonder band. Didn't quite have the talent to sustain a musical career, so turned to art thievery and jewel thievery to keep paying for the lifestyle she's accustomed to. But that recently came to an end when Lone Star caught her dead to rights stealing the fabled Kardashian diamond, but her Horizon corporate links kept her from being prosecuted, but was blackballed. So, and she'll never work in the music industry again, and too much heat to keep being a burglar. So she's been putting feelers out lately, hoping to find work as a covert ops Shadowrun. She's in this particular soy bucks because of the higher end clientele. They don't have polyester seats that she's allergic to the fabric, so she doesn't want to be in a place that caters to the sinless. And she would wrinkle her nose at the scruffy, filthy gnome, as he clearly stands out in a place like this. Kind of expecting her name to be given wrong by the underskilled and overpaid baristas, but she's used to it because she's got a very long given name, Laura Lesthana.
Yeah, so sure enough, that name is completely butchered. That's the name you give?
It would be.
Okay.
Kind of a glimmer of hope that somebody looks over in adoration, but as usual, nobody does. But yeah, come up and get my drink.
Yeah, so you get your drink, and you also see. So as you're starting to come up, you hear through your cyber ears this conversation that's going on between. Basically, the gnome is giving his order. He got in line like everybody else. He placed an order. Tall hot chocolate with almond milk for Redstone. And by the time you get to the counter to pick up yours, the barista's also placed the cup labeled Redstone on the counter. And it's at this point you realize, they didn't make a drink for him. They just pulled something from under the counter. And so you reach for yours.
Yeah.
You're pretty sure they made yours to order.
Well, I will take mine back to a chair and keep an eye on the gnome because it seems like something is up with him.
Yeah, so sure enough, he sort of makes his way around, and by the time he gets there, it's been a couple of minutes, and he goes to pick up the small cup labeled Redstone, and he sort of wrinkles his nose at it. He almost gets to take a drink, and you can see he's kind of twitching at this point. He almost flips out. Basically, he starts to say a little too loud, this isn't hot, and it's certainly not chocolate. You, barista. And you notice the barista behind the counter is completely ignoring him. So he repeats it a little bit louder. This isn't hot and it's not chocolate. And eventually he flings the cup across the counter and smacks her across the shoulder. And of course the cup bursts. And you can tell, sure enough, it doesn't have that sort of thickness of good hot chocolate. It looks more like weak coffee. And he barely breaks stride. He throws it, and he's on his way out the door.
Okay. Well, maybe for the best for him, because that's the kind of thing that'll draw a security response in this part of town.
And then you see the barista sort of excuses herself to go clean myself up.
Okay. That was certainly weird.
And you're sort of sitting around. You nurse your coffee, or is it coffee? Is it?
Oh, I personally have never set foot inside a Starbucks, and I'm proud of it. But this character would be the kind who would have the most obnoxious or imaginable. So, like a triple venti frappe extra soy cream. I don't even know how to make it sound
With 4
accurate.
pumps and
Yes,
yeah,
not or like 3.5, not 4, not 3, 3.5.
precisely 3.5. All right. So I mean, it's a soy bucks, and they got your order a little wrong because it was very complicated.
I might have thrown it at him, but now that I see how it looks when somebody does it, I'm having second thoughts about my life choices.
You found a dark mirror there. And you also see that it's probably just because they're not paying attention to anyone. I mean, they paid a little bit of attention to you. They paid no attention to the gnome. And by now, it's sort of as you're choking this down, you're realizing that barista has not come back.
Did she seem like crying, ready to quit, or
No.
can I hear her? Let me toggle on my select sound filters to move the chatter in the soy bucks and see if I can't pick her up talking in the back.
All right, so you toggle up your sound filter, and it's at that point you notice that the barista is no longer on the premises. You sort of listen for a while. You don't hear a voice. You don't hear anyone in the bathroom, which is where she would have gone to clean up. And you're sort of replaying it in your mind, and you realize she didn't go to the bathroom. She ducked out the back door.
All right. Well, whatever that was seems to have been a bit of theater, which has piqued my interest. And one thing I am is nosy, so I'll saunter out the front. No one out the front, right?
I mean, you see people sort of filtering in and out, like the tourists are coming in. The people are coming in to buy stuff. They're filtering out.
When the gnome left, he went out the front door.
He went out the front door.
I'll head out and see if I can't pick him up again. See
Okay.
if he's up to something odd.
So you see that it's just as you're starting to look, you see the gnome at the driver's side door to a Range Rover, and he reaches to get in and apparently decides better of it and walks away. And you see the barista in a car about a half block down the street, and she's watching.
Watching the gnome or watching me?
Appears to be watching the gnome.
Okay.
And with that strange encounter, we will proceed to the next strange encounter. 3 hours ago. So 3 hours ago, we come into a stuffer shack. It's late night, but not. Well, no, it's not. It's early morning. So you're getting it's the end of the breakfast rush. You only have, so we have Nova who is here tending the counter. You see a disheveled gnome burst through the doors, grabs a basket, and just goes down the aisles, just sort of sweeping food off the shelf into his basket. Goes around to the freezer section, grabs like the ultra big stuffed shack burrito, and makes his way to the food warmer. And he's twitching. He's very frustratingly trying to open the packaging, not being successful, pushing buttons on the food warmer, and eventually he grabs the door, and the orc behind him says, "You gotta open that first." So, who is Nova? Why is she here, and why is this gnome her problem?
She wishes she wasn't here at this point. Nova is a disgruntled Stuffer Shack employee. She is in her young adult years, doesn't really know what she's doing. She met a boy one time, and he took her on a run, and that didn't go well. He didn't make it. So she was like, "Oh, well, that was pretty cool anyway." So she just kind of tries to pick up jobs, but mostly she's unsuccessful, and Till kept her Stuffer Shack job. And taking a look at this guy, she gets up and walks over after she heard the other customer speak to him. She takes out her knife and just kind of holds her hand out and says, "Give me the burrito."
Okay. He hands you the burrito.
With the knife,
trying to stay clear of the knife.
With the knife, she just taps her name tag that says, "Bye, my name is Nova." And she opens the package for him and hands it back and says, "Did you know that burritos were probably invented during the Mexican Revolution in the 1910s? It's just a theory."
What a strange piece of trivia. You must know a lot of stuff.
I got time.
So he throws it into the food warmer. Doesn't really care about its orientation. He just sort of throws it in, slams the door, and pushes a couple of buttons. And you see it's going. You're pretty sure it's the wrong setting. But he says, "While I have you here, and you know things."
Look, man, if you make a mess in this microwave, you gotta clean it before you leave the store.
Yes. But since you know things more than the bye, my name is Nova.
Yeah, bye. And she walks away and goes to the counter.
So he follows you. He follows you to the
counter. Reading magazines.
He follows you to the counter, and of course the counter is like this to him. And he sort of slams something on the counter. I mean, as best he can, he's doing this sort of thing, and says, "Can you tell me where to go for this?" And he removes his hand from it, and you see there's a chip there. It's kind of like a poker chip, but you recognize it in the shadows as a favor chip. And it's marked for toil. And you've heard of toil. Toil is a fixer you would like to work for, because the people who work for toil don't have to have jobs in the Stuffer Shack.
I pick it up and put it in my pocket. And I say, "Yeah, no problem. Give me 5 minutes to close up."
Okay. And it sort of goes back to the food warmer, and by then, You got a step stool somewhere around here? And he's sort of he's making your closing time go from 5 minutes to more like 10 or 15 minutes as he pulls stuff out from like between the counters and the cabinets and stuff. He's looking, he finds that sort of folding step stool, steps up on it, grabs some paper towels, and is wiping the microwave because the stuffed shack burrito has failed.
Mm.
And it has failed all over the food warmer.
That's a shame for the next shift. All right, well, I go ahead and close up my drawer and wait for the next employee to come in. And then I turn in my drawer and leave. I go
Okay.
stand outside and wait for the gnome.
He's not far behind. As soon as he sees you have left, he comes outside.
So, what's your name?
Redstone. You can call me Dorzu.
Okay, Zoo. All right. Well, let's get going.
It's Dorzu.
Whatever you say.
All right. So you guys go wandering toward the next stop. So about an hour later, we're rapidly approaching the present day, the present time. The Seattle Underground was once the remains of the Great Seattle Fire of 1889. But in the shiny dystopian future 2 centuries later, the underground's been expanded and lived in for decades. Under downtown Seattle is a sprawling catacomb of shops and residences known as the Mall. And just outside the relative safety of the mall is a club. Areola 51 is ostensibly a gentleman's club, themed with 1950s and 60s paraphernalia, and worked by waitstaff wearing form-fitting Roswell-style alien costumes. The lunch crowd currently consists of a giant who's passed out from the previous night. He's not really getting lunch per se. Rather, they have him hooked up to a med kit. Essentially, it looks like he's too big for any 3 people to move, so they just left him where he fell. And then the other feature in the room is a singer up top playing some kind of folksy music on an acoustic guitar for the lunch crowd. So who is Violet? And what is she playing right now?
So Violet is playing right now a work in progress called Stuffer Shack Sweethearts. It doesn't seem to be getting a whole lot of traction, but she's working on reworking the lyrics, and hopefully that'll help.
All right, and who is Violet?
Violet is a former Horizon kid, and she's out in Seattle for reasons maybe unknown exactly to her, but she definitely is trying to make her way and up her Seattle Horizon hip score, which is the Horizon social media. And so she's trying to get her brand going, but it's slow going, being outside of the corp right now. And she sings country style songs, and she's got a blue acoustic guitar.
Okay. So you're playing Stuffer Shack Sweethearts. That's the name of the song?
That is the current working title, yes.
Okay. So you're playing Stuffer Shack Sweethearts when you see a Stuffer Shack employee walk in, followed very closely by a very disheveled gnome. And they sort of sit down at a table, and as you play Stuffer Shack Sweethearts, it's all feeling very real now. Why don't you go ahead and make what is the first roll of our campaign? Make a performance test, please.
All right. I got 9 hits on my performance test,
Okay.
and my dice pool of 15.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, so pretty much by the time they sit down, you see the gnome is sort of tapping his feet on the floor. He found the lowest chair he could, and he sort of you can't tell if it's like full on tapping or if it's like he's swinging his feet and occasionally they touch the floor. But it seems like he's enjoying the music. He does seem very sketchy, though. And you see Toil make an appearance. Sort of steps out from behind the bar. Toil is a large Formorian, which is a troll meta variant. And Toil sort of laughs. Well, it appears music can calm the savage gnome. And
Well, I'm glad somebody likes it.
Ooh, you like this?
What?
I mean, I get it. The beat's good, but have you heard these lyrics? I would never date my coworkers. I wouldn't date me.
Oh, yeah. This song's about you?
No. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yep.
You've been here before. That's awesome. Where are we again?
We're where you need to be, and I take the little coin out of my pocket and I put it down.
Okay. So at that point, you see Toil comes over to the table. May I see it? He goes to pick it up. He flips it back over his shoulder, and as soon as it like arcs above his shoulder, a pixie comes over and takes it. The pixie you also recognize as Trouble. Trouble scans the coin. It's real, boss. At that point, Toil motions to Violet to come on down.
And she leans into the microphone and she says, "Y'all, I'm just going to take a little break. I'll be right back. Tip your waiters."
You do see a couple of people in the lunch crowd. And so you come down, and he motions for you to have a seat next to the gnome. And he looks to you, Nova, and you are.
Hi, I'm Nova. I brought him here.
So let me make a couple of calls. I think you know how to use a med kit.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. He pulls up a med kit. Hook him up to it. I think he's on some stuff.
Okay.
And you look over, and by now the gnome is unconscious. Sort of curled up in the chair. And Toil goes off, ostensibly to make a few phone calls. And then once he sees that you've hooked up the gnome to the med kit, he motions for the two of you to come over. He says, this is definitely a recruitment special. I mean, I don't know where he got this or how, but I need you guys to look into this. You're going to need a mage. And I think I know another person to help out. Yeah. Trouble, you mentioned you ran into a mage recently, right? Yeah, boss, I already texted her. Excellent. So if you guys will wait, we're gonna have everybody show up and we're gonna find out what's going on here. And so with that, we come to the present time. So by then, Curie has been texted by Trouble saying, hey, I got work for you. Come to Areola 51. And Material Girl, you get a call from Toil saying, hey, I got some work for you.
That is wonderful. I've been hoping for a call just like this one.
Excellent. Meet as soon as you can get here at Areola 51. All right, so the all of you gather at the table in the club. And Toil says, the gnome over there, and he points to a disheveled gnome whom Material Girl recognizes.
Is it the exact same?
It is the same gnome.
But it's the exact same suit, too.
It is the same suit. And he is probably not shaved anymore since the last time you saw him either.
Praise Ghost for not having olfactory augmentation.
But he is hooked up to a med kit, and he is sleeping or unconscious. And so Toil says, that gnome had this. I owe him a favor. And so I need you guys to figure out what's going on with him.
Are we doing this as a favor?
Well, I'm doing as the favor I owe, but there's money to be had. I can offer, let's say, 4,000 each for it.
I look around the table, trying to identify which one of my companions is going to be the one that goes, actually.
I also check the vibe of the table.
Well, when it comes to money, I am not shy about speaking up. So unless somebody cuts me off, I'm going to say, well, 5 sounds a lot better. It's a nice round number.
All right, go ahead and make a negotiation test.
Pardon me while I play with the Roll20 sheet. This is going to be the first time I used it.
And I'm going to give you an edge for this.
I will take it.
Because you already have a sense that the Toil owes a favor, and so this is a job that needs to get done.
I think that worked.
Okay.
I don't know what I got, but it sounded like something happened.
It's a 3.
3 hits in the window. All right. I mean, I always knew you were going to cost me money. 5 it is. I think you got a lot of legwork ahead of you, though, because, I mean, I don't know who this guy is.
So these tokens, if anybody has one and hands it to you, you do them a favor? Is that what this means?
Yeah, it's a currency that's not money.
And you didn't give it to him?
It's possible that, I mean, I gave it to someone else. That's for certain because it's genuine. It's possible that someone else owed somebody a favor and paid it forward, so to speak. It happens every once in a while. I'm a little insulted though, because I mean, usually people keep the chips that I give them.
I mean, I'll take it back if it'll make you feel better.
I like you.
Thanks.
Is there, you said it's legitimate, like a serial number, some way to identify it? Track who could have given it to him by those means, perhaps?
You get a decker, you might be able to do that.
So, just so I'm clear, Mr. Toyle, you are asking us for 5,000 new yen apiece to just figure out what's going on with this gentleman?
Yeah, because if he's desperate enough to hand in a chip, there's something going on.
Are we responsible for him in the meantime, or take care of him?
I mean, I'm not going to take care of him. I mean, I've hired you to do that. And you're probably going to have to question him anyway, once he wakes up.
All right.
So figure out what's wrong, what his issue is, and then solve that issue.
Solve his problem.
If it ends up being a larger problem than we anticipate up front, I'm certain you would be willing to compensate us additionally and accordingly.
If it ends up being a bigger favor, yeah, we'll have to work something out. Let's hope it's a relatively small favor. But 20,000 new yen buys a fair amount of problem solving.
Yeah, let's I'm down for it, so the rest of you?
I'm in.
I'm in for 5,000 new yen.
I'm always looking to make new friends.
Done and done. So with that, we'll go to a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll begin the runner's investigation. We'll see you in 5.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back. We have just negotiated our team of runners' first job. Now they kind of have to figure out what that job actually entails. All they have so far is this disheveled gnome who is acting very sketchy until he's now asleep, hooked up to a med kit. But he had a favor chip for Toil. So Toil has hired you to figure out and solve this gnome's problem.
I would like to ask Toil if this club is a friendly place, or can we not use it?
What do you mean by friendly place? I mean, everybody's friendly here.
Is it your place?
I own a piece of it. I own enough of it that is friendly.
Can we make use of the manager's office while we this guy rather than out here?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be fine.
I don't move to pick him up. I'll let somebody else do that.
I get up. Awesome.
Okay.
I've handled a thief in the store before. I know how to get information. And I go to pick him up.
Okay.
And then I take him to the manager's office.
So you pick him up, and he's sort of...
Mm-hmm. And then I shake him, trying to wake him up.
Well, before you wake him up, let's rifle his pockets so he doesn't object.
I turn him upside down and I shake him.
I know that's a very dignified way to treat someone who's going to be making some money for us.
Well, he's not a really dignified person.
And yet, that's what happens. Okay. So so you turn him upside down and shake him. Out of his pockets fly a few things. There's a respirator. So in the time of, acid rain and pollution, you have a face mask. He has a little bottle, little pill bottle labeled Psyche. His glasses fall off. He was wearing glasses. His comlink flies out of his pocket. And his holdout pistol falls out of its holster onto the floor.
Yeah, but that's like a big gun in his hands.
Yeah, it's, a holdout pistol for a human. This is a heavy pistol for a gnome. You recognize it as a cult secret agent. It is under normal circumstances, it's very concealable, and it does not get picked up in mad scanners.
And does he wake up being shaken upside down?
It takes quite a bit of shaking to wake him up. But unhand me this instant.
I lay him down on the desk. That's probably in there.
Oh.
Hey, Zoo. Good morning. Yep, that sounds about right.
So you know this person? Ask him. Nova is the one who's just saying that.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
Looks like you know him.
I don't know him. He came into the store and blew up a burrito and asked me to bring him here.
All right, well, you're here.
Yeah.
What's your problem?
There are people trying to mess with my life.
Can you be more specific?
Like a Shadowrun team. He sort of swings his legs up, so he's sort of sitting up on the desk with his feet over the edge. Yeah, I mean, look at the comm link. It's not working right. There are people following me. Man,
So
I think I've been drugged.
Yeah?
Your
And
comm
somebody's
link is broken, and therefore someone's following you.
Was he hooked up to the med kit or not?
Well, he's not anymore, but he was at one point.
Could we look at the med kit readings and see if there's like a blood?
Oh,
readout or
sure, yeah,
anything?
yeah. You can go out and pick up the med kit. It's still there. And yeah, so the readout is that he is coming down from. Oh, let's see here. What do I have here? He has recently taken doses of Long Haul, Bliss, Cram, Jazz, and Nova Coke.
I'm sure
He is
they're after him.
He is the whole cocktail.
Okay.
In amounts that normally would be dangerous.
So are these recreational habits or what's going on with that? Point out the readings to him.
I don't take any of that stuff.
Did at least once.
I picked the bottle up that Nova shook out of him and open it to see if there's like a mixture of pills inside.
I take the psyche, he says. And yeah, you probably recognize the psyche pills. They're in fairly common use among mages, academics, and so forth.
Just seeing if it had supplemental pills.
Yeah, you don't see anything supplemental in there.
Okay.
It appears to be just psyche.
So, Zoo, we go back a few hours now.
What time is it? What day is it?
It's Thursday at
Yeah,
like
it's a Thursday.
4 p.m. But yeah. So okay, who gave you the token?
I got that about a month ago. There was a guy came in and asked for some help decrypting a file.
Oh.
And is that why you wanted to come here, to turn that chip in?
I mean, he said if I ever got in trouble, to turn the chip in. And I'm in trouble.
Can you tell me more about the guy? Like, what he looked like, or his name?
More about these people after you.
He only introduced himself as Mike.
Mike.
He was a human male. Looked kind of. I mean, he was dressed like every other grad student.
Dressed like just he had clothes on.
T-shirt, jeans, sneakers.
Okay, casual. All right.
This guy had a hoodie on. No, it was the one of the rain cloaks.
During the course of our conversation, I want to make sure I'm recording his voice well enough to get a good voice print, so I can imitate it in case I want to. What does he know about the people who are after him?
Yeah.
I mean,
tell
they've
us
been
about this Shadowrun team.
They've been in my place. Can't put a finger on how I know that, but I know they've been in my place.
What's your place?
My apartment. That was about 2 weeks ago, and I think that's when it started. That's when it all started. I think I started feeling weird. And that burrito really helped me out.
Yeah, it really cleanses.
Well, if it's really people after you, not just paranoid for a bunch of drug use, would you mind if we go to your place, maybe look around and see if they mess with your food? And that's how you got all these drugs in your system?
Yeah. Yeah, we can
Could
do
it-
that.
Could have potentially messed with his prescription too.
Yeah, I think maybe we should take one of these pills and have it tested to make sure it's really psyche.
All right. Well, does anyone have a way to get drums tested?
How hard could it be?
You're right. Why don't you take one and we'll see what happens?
I dropped out of school. I don't know.
So that's one thing you could do if somebody has the biotech skill and is comfortable enough to use it. The med kit can be used as a biotech kit.
Failing that, we probably, between all of us, somebody knows somebody.
I have biotech kind of. I have a good logic though, so I could try it.
Well, why don't you do it while we got the med kit?
Ugh. All right, I crack open one of the pills and start playing with the powder, and
Okay. So you'll get an edge for the med kit.
okay. Here we go. Four hits. I'm good at science.
Told you it wouldn't be hard.
Yeah, so oddly enough, this is just psyche.
One mystery solved.
Well, 2. We know who gave him the chip.
And the pill bottle does have a prescription label on it.
Okay.
Does the prescription label have a name or an address?
For who filled it?
Or who
Yeah.
it belongs to?
So it is prescribed to a Dorzu Redstone.
Nova, did you and Dorzu walk here?
Yeah, do you think I can afford a car? Or bus ticket?
How far is your place, Dorzu?
That's over in, where are we?
The underground.
You have to be more specific.
We're at Areola 51.
It's not too far from the burrito.
Does the burrito...
Are we walking there?
He must live near my job.
Is that what he means by the burrito?
Probably.
Yeah. So it's across the way in Bellevue, but just across the way.
Well, it sounds like we're walking.
I mean, can we hail a cab?
I mean, you got cab money?
He sort of jumps down and goes to pick up his comm link. Hang on a second, and he flips it over, and you see as he flips it over, it's been modified. He's actually put in a hard switch for it. So he flips the switch and flips it back, and apparently it's forcing it's a power cycle. The whole thing is rebooting, and eventually comes up. And he opens his sin, and he's got some money to pay for cab fare. It's like, yeah, I'm good.
All right. Well,
And he
if you've
looks at
got
his
cab
glasses.
money,
So we'll need a larger cab.
Well, I don't do public transportation. Unfortunately, I can't take all of us on a motorcycle.
I mean, the cab's
Well,
not
if
public.
you've got your own,
We're paying for it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I whispered to Zoo.
Oh yeah, I
They
do need
were
a
a
shower.
referral.
He sort of looks at each of you and sniffs himself, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I need a shower."
how about as well, if you're paying for a cab, can you put the funds on a cred stick so it's not traceable? If you're spending money and someone is in fact tracking you, anything tied to you with transactions, they can trace and find where we're going.
Well, presumably, if
Yeah,
we've
so
already
let's-
been in his place, they already know where his place is.
They know where he lives, but they don't know where he is now if they're hunting him.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Oh, and he's sort of looking around like he's looking at a whole bunch of screens around, and he's like, so we're in the underground. Let's go topside, and I'll get a cred stick.
I've got one you can use.
And how far away is this from downtown? The soy bucks. Is this the same kind of a neighborhood, or
Yeah, the soy box you were at was in the same kind of neighborhood. It was a little bit south of it, though.
All right. Well, I will share that I do remember seeing this guy 3 days ago, and somebody was checking him out. That's a potential lead.
He looks around. Is the gun still on the floor?
Yeah.
Probably. Nobody
Okay.
seemed to
He
fit it up.
picks it up, checks, and sees that there's ammo in it, and stuffs it back in his coat.
Right. Well,
Glasses on.
let's.
So I guess we
make our
walk a little
way.
bit.
Is anybody particularly good with electronics and wants to see if there's anything on his comlink?
I might have a bug scanner.
I know someone. I'm not good myself, but also could we just ask our friend to unlock his comm link so we can take a look?
No, I mean, I mean for to see if there's a bug or anything that we can't easily identify by looking at his data.
I think if we leave it turned off, it'll be.
I mean, that's fine too, but I'd like to know if it's bugged, because then maybe that gives us information to give to a decker or a hacker or something.
All right. So apparently, I did not buy a bug scanner, so
Uh-oh.
maybe we can pick one up.
All right.
Happy to call my friend if y'all need me to. Just let me know what you want to do.
Well,
Let's
let's head
wait.
to his place.
Let's start there. Yeah.
So apologies. We have a bit of a walk, and it's going to be. I mean, I'm slow.
I thought you were paying for a taxi.
Or a ride share.
Yeah. Let's. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that, and we'll make a pit stop, and I'll get a cred stick, and. But wait a minute. I thought you didn't want me to spend any money while I was here.
Nova there said that she had a cred stick. Is it the drugs? Is that what's stopping you from paying attention and understanding what's happening here?
I have middle lifestyle. Is that going to cover a ride share?
Yeah, that middle lifestyle would cover a ride share.
All right, I'll call one. That way we don't have to worry about him doing it. I'm just not going to ride it. I'll pay for you guys, and I'll recycle.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. Well, let's get going.
All right. So you all pile into the rideshare. Presumably, you tell them there are going to be 5 of you, so you're going to want a larger car. And the address he gives is in Bellevue. So it takes a little while to get over there.
During the painful silence of the ride, I would like to make a statement.
Okay.
Hey, did you guys know that according to the Guinness World Records in 2013, a person used their nipples to lift 71.87 pounds?
No, ma'am, that is not a fact that I knew.
Yeah. It's really weird to name a club Areola. Just was thinking about it.
Sorry, what do you do?
Work at Stuffer Shack.
No, I mean, what do you do that's useful?
What do you do that's useful?
I'll do my dancey between the fingers sparks.
I pull out my Aries and I just hold it right at her.
As long as something's useful.
So the vehicle pulls over. If there's going to be a fight, you got to step outside.
It's not a fight.
Takes 2 people to have a fight.
Yeah.
Aren't you on your motorcycle?
I am. But I got an ARC.
Okay, so you are not actually in the vehicle. Okay.
I am actually got to decide who to get in touch with. I think a fixer is probably a particularly good contact to get in touch with. See if they can arrange for a drone dash delivery, a bug scanner.
And Violet leans towards the driver in an appropriate distance kind of way and say, "They're just new friends. They're just jumpy as a cockroach in a frying pan. Don't you worry about it."
Did you know that roaches are thigmotropic?
I did not, and I still don't know what that means, so I still don't.
It means that they like to be touched. That's why they like to squeeze into small cracks and crevices.
Well, it's nice to know that roaches like hugs just like everyone else.
No, not everyone else.
So yes, your fixer does say the bug scanner's no problem. You can pay book price for that. That'll be fine.
All right. Hopefully, I'll have it by the time we get there.
And y'all's driver just sort of glances back a couple more times. Seems content that you're not going to kill each other in his vehicle, and starts driving again. And then it's a very uncomfortable silence all the way there.
Did you know that taxi cabs were invented in 1897?
No, it was so much more comfortable when there was not talking. So we make it eventually after.
Yeah, so you arrive at a 26-story apartment building, and you guys get out, and Dorzu's leading the way. He does one more sort of power cycle using his homemade power switch. It's not unlike taking an iPhone, breaking into it, and installing a mechanical switch on it.
What
Not
happened
necess-
to your phone?
It keeps getting hacked. Somebody's got some. I tell you, since that latest OS patch, it's been incredibly vulnerable.
What do you do, Redstone?
I'm a professor at UW. Physics.
I think slightly
And
higher of him now.
people are bothering you in your apartment and not at the campus.
It might be because of my work. I mean, there's no other reason why people would. I mean, why anybody else would want me.
Are you doing any specifically sensitive research or?
I'm working, and when I get done with it, it's going to be big.
Working on.
Have you heard of quasi-resonant precognition?
Of course, I have.
Go and make a contest.
I like knowing all the things.
Let me see what knowledge skills you have. See if I can grant you
History. English, Latin.
Nope.
You know the root words in some of those words.
I could make a guess of what it's about. All right, I don't have deception. I don't usually lie. So
okay.
Charisma. Here's my 2 dice. Or no, it's intelligence, or is it
Charisma.
Logic rather?
You can do a logic test.
All right, I have 5 dice for that. I'll risk it for the biscuit. How'd I do? 2.
All right. So you've read my papers. That's great. And he starts rattling off a whole bunch of very technical jargon that you have no idea about.
I had him off. I asked him, so why do you think people are coming into your home? Well, like specifically, what makes you think that?
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. I just know somebody's been there.
Something's been moved.
And so by then he's let you guys in, and you guys.
Before he lets us in, I was gonna astrally.
You
swing around.
Okay.
Make sure there's nothing in there with a gun pointed toward the door or that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna just before we leave the ride share, he's talking about his stuff, which I'm actually interested in, but still I lean back and my body just goes limp.
You totally doze off.
He's a college professor. He's probably used to it.
Yeah, and the other 2 of you in the vehicle, he goes on talking as if nothing had happened, as if students fall asleep in his class all the time.
Yep.
And whatever he's saying is still going to be on the exam.
So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and I assume we had gotten the address and apartment number, so I'm going to zip on up there. If I need to kind of get directions of where I'm going, I'll kind of briefly manifest here and there, like within the walls, and poke my head out to be like, that's room number 1220, so I'm going that way, kind of thing. Yeah, so I'm going to scope out his place.
Okay, so he has a. I know I'd written it here somewhere, but that's okay. Oh, he lives in a room in apartment 906.
Okay. Well, if I was on the 12th floor, I need to go back down 3.
Yep.
Overshot that.
And it's a pretty nice 2-bedroom apartment that you can tell. I mean, he basically lives in. He doesn't live in the 2nd bedroom. The second bedroom is sort of storage, and he kind of lives in there's like a main space that he lives in, and there's a bedroom. Go ahead and make an astral test.
You got it. Oof, only one. I've got lots of edge to spend. Let's do some edge. What did I roll? Do I want to move some of those to a? I have 2 4s. Could I spend edge to move, or 3 4s? Could I spend edge to move some of those to 5s?
Let's see. You can.
All right. So I think is it 1 edge?
It's 2
each?
per.
2 per. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and do. I'm just taking a quick look. So I'm just going to spend 2 edge for now, and get that to a 2. I feel decent about a 2.
It's about a 2. All right.
At least, like, I'm not going to miss someone standing in the living room, right? Like,
right. That's entirely true. Yeah. So you go through here, and it's I mean, it's a place that's been lived in, so it's not like totally sterile. You find that I mean, as you leave your body, you sort of incidentally sense him. So I'll give you this as well, as you incidentally sense him on your way out. He is mundane, and he has aluminum bone lacing.
Cool. Okay.
So he's got sort of dark linings to his skeletal structure.
Yep, he can take a punch better than I can.
And then you sort of zip up and you find the apartment. You do find there are sections of the building that are warded, but the whole building is not.
Interesting.
And 906 is not warded. And what you can see without actually getting too close is that there are individual apartments that people have warded.
There's mages, yeah.
Yeah. This is not one. You don't see any wards. You do, however, as you enter, you don't see any life forms in here. You do see, however, some residue, and up in one of the corners in the living space, where there would have been a watcher.
Ooh. If I see that, I want to go ahead and go a little deeper. I have astral signatures.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll for that.
And you can take 1 edge for that.
Ooh,
for the previous sensing.
Cool, and I just rolled another 1 with my 11 dice.
That's awesome.
Welcome back to Shadowrun, Sarah. You know what? Screw it. I like, now that I'm onto something, you gave me that 1, but I am going to spend it. Is it 5 to roll all your failures? Or is it 4? 4? Oh, yeah, we're doing that. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it is 4 edge to reroll all your fails.
Dice. And then I'm going to roll 10d6. Oop. I think I did that wrong, but that's okay. Let's see what happens. All right, that's 5 more hits.
Oh, that's very nice.
So now I'm at 6.
That is very nice. Okay.
I feel much more confident now. I'm like, What is that? Oh, I got something in my eyes. What is that?
Yeah, so you're sort of scanning around. You do definitely see it's no longer there, but it's the residue of when it was there. It's the Watcher ritual where you summon a. It's like a spirit, but a weaker version of it. It basically is there to just scout, and it's aptly named. It's a Watcher.
Mhm.
And let's see. It would have been a fairly weak one, maybe Force 2 or 3.
Is it tied to an aura or anything where I could sense like, okay, this is this flavor of mage. Maybe I'll come across that another time.
Yeah, since you rolled a total of 6 hits, you get to know all the things.
All the things. Tell me everything about this Watcher.
As I see on the sensing table, it only goes up to 5+.
Yay!
So this Watcher spirit, you're sort of piecing together what would have been the aura when it was around. And you haven't really seen, you've seen things like this from the shamanic traditions. It looks to be in the shape of a gecko or a frog.
Mm.
You see the frog that sort of clings to the wall with the really big eyes. That's what you get from it. And you do catch there is definitely an astral signature because it's due to a ritual. It doesn't let you trace it back to the person, but you might be able to recognize it again if you saw it again.
Yeah, it's like that whiff of cologne where it's like,
yeah,
I've seen this before. Okay, cool. But the Watchers
probably, and you
Go
get
ahead.
the sense that this has been repeatedly summoned here.
Oh no.
Or summoned and sent here, and that you're probably about. It's been fairly cyclical, and you're probably about 3 hours out from the next arrival if it keeps on schedule.
Okay. Well, just to make sure, since there's not something here right now, I do want to check the rest of the rooms a little more deeply, and also the front door, and make sure that there's not something like waiting for him to show up and open up or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So the rest of the apartment comes up safe.
Okay.
Um.
Then I'll go from my sleepy time to straight up and be like, there's a Watcher spirit that's been summoned repeatedly. It's not there now. We probably have about 3 hours until the next one shows up. So the coast is clear magically for now.
So they have been in my place. I knew it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Plan, get you a shower and maybe a grab bag so you can leave and not have the same suit all the time.
Yeah, shower. You also, when you wake up, Curie, the inbox on your comlink has a whole bunch of academic papers in it.
I'm actually very excited about that.
Leading up to about
I don't hate this guy, and that's surprising.
and you can tell that those papers sort of end about 8 or 10 years ago.
As in like this, he hasn't.
Like he hasn't published anything in about 8 years.
Oh, okay, all right. So you guys are gonna have to stop me to keep this moving. So why did you stop? Why hasn't anything new come out? Tell me more.
Oh, my research is so bleeding edge that none of those idiots can follow it. And of course they're not going to publish it because it makes them look bad.
You're not doing corporate research that's under confidentiality clause?
Absolutely not.
Well,
MCT funded some research, like 25 years ago. Something like that would have been their last funding.
And how long do you feel like you've been followed?
Only the last couple weeks.
So have you been on any Matrix forums, hosts, anything talking about your research and where it's been leading?
I did send, since we're on the research track, I did send a paper out to the journals for review about 2 months ago.
Might be something to check out again once we have access to a Deca.
And once I've had a shower.
Right. I won't ask you questions in there.
When we go up to his place, I want to check out his, see if the signs of it being, picked through before.
Okay.
Touch it.
Yeah. So if all of you are going up, I mean, you can't wait in the car because the car is not going to wait for you.
Yes, I get out of the vehicle and go in.
Is this a decent neighborhood or?
It's a decent neighborhood.
All right, I'll direct my bike into the parking garage then.
Okay. Yeah, it's got a nice parking garage. The building bills itself as luxury apartments. But you of all people know they slap that luxury word on a lot of stuff.
Beggars can't be choosers right now. I haven't made it big again yet.
So you guys go right on in.
I want to make sure that the lock hasn't been messed with.
Okay. Yeah. So you get up to 906. Go ahead and make a either perception or engineering.
Oh, I've got lock picking as a
lock picking. It is.
Yeah, and I have security systems as a knowledge skill.
I'll give you an edge for that.
I will take an edge for that.
Okay. So you look it over and oof.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pick it. I just want to see signs that it has.
Yeah. You do not see any signs that it's been picked.
Okay.
No signs of forced entry in the door either.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they didn't pop it with a matrix command. So, okay.
So he cycles the power on his comm link again and uses his SIN to pop the lock.
Why don't you just leave your comm link off rather than on and off all the time?
Well, I mean, I have to broadcast my SIN to get into the apartment, but so then he flips it off again.
Yeah. Why don't you just leave it?
Good idea. But oh. So you get the sense that this is a person who is thinking for the very first time about not having a SIN.
Welcome to the shadows.
I mean, this is fully what you expect, Curie, from an academic. This is a person who is deeply ingrained in his SIN, as the case may be.
Well, let's look through his
through the apartment.
Look through his kitchen and his medicine cabinet. See if there's any signs that his stuff has been.
So go ahead and make perception. Each of you can go ahead and make a perception test.
And Violet's going to steer him towards the bathroom because I'm sure that he's continuing to talk about his papers and stuff.
Yep.
Encourage him to go take a shower.
Okay.
Or why don't we do it as a teamwork so we work together?
A teamwork to get him in the shower? I'm not interested.
No, teamwork to look around for signs of. You know what I mean.
I rolled already, so I'm not sure if I helped that or not.
Yeah, sure. 1 hit.
All right. Well, if you guys want to help me, I'll take your hits as help.
There you go. You can have it.
Let's do that.
I'll give you 5 more.
Oh well. Well, I can't take that many. But why don't you roll 5? You have your 5 hit. We'll see what. How do you give bonus dice on this character sheet?
Turn on modifiers at the very top. And then click on perception, and then it should give you a little pop-up.
Bonus modifiers. +4 dice. +4 hits. All right. All right. So you got 5. I got 6 with the help.
Okay.
Yay! We have eyeballs.
Yeah, so you're sort of, as you sort of guide him toward the bathroom and do your scan of the apartment, you do find a couple of things. Because you have brought your lockpicking skill to bear previously, you do notice the soy paste dispenser has been tampered with.
Of all the ways to get something into someone else, toothpaste is the way to do it. I like
Well,
that.
this is the soy paste dispenser.
Yeah.
The food dispenser.
Oh! I thought you were talking like in the bathroom.
No, this is in the kitchen, the food dispenser.
Okay, that makes more sense. But I mean, I like the toothpaste idea, and I'm going to use it sometime.
You get the sense that he's well off, but he's not wealthy enough to have like a constant supply of real food.
Like middle lifestyle.
His middle lifestyle. He has the soy paste dispenser with. He's got a fairly good supply of flavor dispensers, but it's soy and a little bit of krill. But you do sense that you do find the soy paste dispenser has been tampered with.
That's probably where he's getting the drugs from. But
and as you're sort of looking around, you also see. So he's got a balcony, so a balcony door, and on the balcony you see toward one end the railing has been scuffed.
Well, check out the glass, whatever the door is for the balcony, because that's where they're coming in and out.
Yes.
And when when she points out the soy paste too, I'll get the med kit out and start sciencing.
Okay. Go ahead and make a biotech skill. And you said you have a med kit?
I believe so. Yes. If not, I will ask a friend.
If you can bring if you can bring a med kit to bear, you can have an edge for it.
Let's see. Gear. Where's my stuff?
Well, you've got analytical mind, so don't forget you get edge for that.
That's right. Yeah. If those of you who have analytical mind, be sure to add your. You get an edge for your logic rolls.
I'm so smart.
And there's more than one of you in this team with analytical mind.
It doesn't look like I have a med kit, so
okay.
I will have to borrow one.
All right. You do get the edge for the analytical mind.
Okay.
Why didn't we bring the one we had brought that with?
You know what?
Mine.
You could have done that.
I just subtly box up someone else's med kit and take it with me.
Be aware, however, it does not have supplies.
Yeah.
Its supplies have run out, so you can't use it for healing until you recharge it.
You get those out of Stuffer Shack. That's
fine.
Okay.
You do notice the balcony door has been picked. Possibly on several occasions.
Yeah.
I'll look around the bedroom, and I'm assuming that's where the bathroom is. Just after I make sure that he does what he says he's going to do, and go in to take a shower.
Yep. You do hear the shower running.
That's the best I can do.
I'm opening and closing cabinets and looking in the couch crevices.
Did a drone deliver that bug scanner yet?
Yeah. So the drone dash delivered pretty much as soon as you drove up to the apartment building.
Let's give the apartment. So
Opening the cabinets, you do see he has a decent supply of we'll say supplemental stuffers. And looking in the freezer, he does have apparently the stuffed shack burrito that he was trying to open. That apparently is his favorite brand, because he's got another half dozen of them in the freezer. He also has several bottles of decent whiskey at various stages of full, not full. And you do notice that it's mostly the lower cabinets that are filled. You go by and you open the upper cabinets are empty. Because this apartment was made for humans and not gnomes.
It's extra spacious.
Yeah.
I'd still store stuff up there that like you don't need, like seasonal blankets and clothing and like. It's me. Okay.
All right. Well.
So you run the bug scanner through.
Yeah. Now I see why I didn't. You guys are gonna like this. You ready for this roll?
Oh.
However, I get as a wireless bonus 2 automatic hits, so it's not a critical glitch.
It's just a regular glitch.
You're stressing me out, Hal.
I told you.
So actually, you were only rolling 1 die, so you got 2 automatic hits from.
A wireless bonus for bug scanners is you get 2 hits, and you don't need to win; you just need to tie.
Okay. So those 2 hits counterbalance the 1 die that you rolled, and it's not even a glitch anymore. And running it over, despite the terrible, terrible, terrible roll that I ordinarily would love,
well,
it does pick up a fairly wide variety of bugs.
Jesus.
There are listening devices. There are cameras.
All right.
Throughout the place.
Yeah. All right. So what I wanted to do was leave him here and then ambush whoever comes in 3 hours, but they already know. So we need to, after he's done with his shower, just evacuate him somewhere. We probably ought to go check out his office soon and late as well, because whoever's messing with him probably knows he's got protection now. So we got to figure out why they're messing with him, which is, it makes sense you'd want to extract him or steal his research. But that's apparently not what they're not doing. Or maybe they are. We just need to figure that out.
Yeah, it's surprising that this has been happening for weeks and they haven't made a move to either abduct or destroy.
With that realization that you've been monitored this entire investigation in this apartment, we'll leave you to sweat for that for 10 minutes while we go on break. And we'll be back and see what your next move is.
Before we go on break, don't forget that we have a special giveaway happening right now during stream. You can get your very own physical copy of Shadowrun 6th edition core rulebook for Seattle, the Seattle edition. And you can do that by typing in hashtag REMPC in the chat. That gets you 1 entry. Yeah, look at that. It's so pretty. Sorry, I'm watching the Twitch, so I might
very shiny.
Yeah. So 1 entry for typing hashtag REMPC. And then you can get additional entries by going to our fundraiser account that helps us pay our cast. So please help us be a good chummer and go to remalternis.com/Nguyen. For every $5 you donate, you get an extra entry. And our top donors will get a message that you type in read at the end of the show. So we'll shout you out and say, hey, thanks, we love you. So you should do the thing. You can send us away now.
All right, so we'll be back in 10. Thanks.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities renamed. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back. We've just found out that the runners may possibly have been monitored during their investigation of Professor Redstone's apartment.
Yeah.
I believe there was a biotech roll that was going to be done as well.
That was me. I did it.
Oh, you did it. Yes, that's right.
I got 2 hits.
I do see it there in the chat, in the Roll20 chat. Yeah, so you do find. Oh, let's see here. You don't find all of the drugs, but you do find. You find doses of Long Haul, Bliss, and Cram laced into the soy system.
So, I'm not sure if there's another method or if we are, or if I just don't have the tools to find all of the drugs, but the soy paste is definitely.
Yeah, his soy calf at his office probably tampered with too. Might be the rest of the things are coming.
Right. But there's no point in replacing it until we find the.
No, yeah, I was just lay an ambush here. That's clearly not going to work now. So we need to find a place to put him till we figure this out. Can we use the meat locker in your stuffer shack? Looking at Nova.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
So I do have a little question. Y'all are saying that this is, we got people watching us. So might be thinking to not make plans where folks can hear you in case someone's listening now. I mean, if they are, I am available for parties if you're looking for an entertainer. But otherwise, if we're trying to keep someone safe, we may want to talk about it somewhere a bit more private.
Oh, then no, we can't put him in the meat locker.
And it's at that point that.
Well, I will message you.
It's at that point that Violet, you hear behind you a massive croaking sound as a giant frog materializes behind you.
Nope, don't like that.
So this thing, I mean, it looks cute in the picture. It's a little red frog.
It is.
But in our imaginary Shadowrun world, this thing is about 1.5 meters tall.
So the same height as the pixies.
Larger than the pixies. The pixies were about 1.5 foot tall. Yeah, half a meter. Yeah,
that's right.
Did you know that one of the smallest frogs is the Cuban tree toad? It grows to be 1/2 inch long.
Well, before I see the frog, I will send off a message to. I think we skipped actually for introducing ourselves to each other. But.
Yeah, we did, but I didn't want to say like, so what do you do in front of?
Yeah.
That's why we found out in the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Violet, I will send you a message in AR since you brought it up, saying that's exactly what I was doing, giving out false plans, and we'll do something else.
She sends back an oopsie emoji.
Yeah, well, that's.
Now
that there's a frog here, I think it's moved. So let's see.
Well, and also, if there were cameras here that saw the Stuffer Shack uniform, like that's probably.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway,
as I try to arrange things here, a frog appears.
I assume we're rolling initiative.
Yeah, that's why I'm busily trying to put tokens on the board here.
Oh, okay.
Great. Is the gnome still showering?
The gnome is still showering, yes.
What a lovely time for us to be ambushed. Okay,
What's taking so long? There's not a lot of him.
Okay, so you should be able to click on your tokens and roll initiative now.
Oh, okay.
I'm realizing how out of practice I am because I'm like, I should have already had increased reflexes up and I should have already had armor up.
This was not one of those things where you were preparing to go in somewhere.
Yeah, but usually
it just kind of happened that way.
Yeah, usually though.
All right, where is it on this Roll20 sheet?
So click on your character icon, and then it should be the second column under attributes. It should say initiative.
Live, carry, social. There it is. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ah, the slowdown that occurs when initiative is called.
Yep. Okay. So now we have our turn order, and this is a relatively small combat even. So let's see here. Believe that is. Yeah. Okay.
While we are waiting, don't forget to type #RemPC in the chat. And what else?
Who wants to start taking bets on whether we win or Frog Spirit wins in chat?
I mean, it'd be a very short chunk on TV series.
And TPK, first episode. Awesome.
If Tom had to redo the intro and credits, he's gonna lose his shit. So we can't. Or I mean, he's gonna lose his crap. I'm so bad at this.
They know I have another character.
You know the game Murder Trivia on Jackbox? And like when you die in the game, like and you just do like rematch or whatever, it just has your name and then Junior at the end. That's all we have to do is just add Junior at the end of everything.
I've come to avenge my father/mother/parent.
There are many twins.
My foreparent.
Indeed. All right. Okay. So it does move. It takes a look around and focuses its attention on Curie as it leaps at you.
Let's get it in the chat. #GeekTheMage.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
And then it occurs to you, Curie, why the spirit of beasts might not like you.
Oh no! Oh no! Animals! I have spirit bane. It's gonna mess me up.
Actually, I should not have rolled that yet. I've gone way out of order for combat. I need to find out things like what is your defense rating?
I don't want to talk about it.
It's not below 5, is it?
It is exactly 5.
Okay, exactly 5 is good enough for you to not yield an edge.
Hooray!
It is an attack value of 8. So neither of you gets edge for this. So I will re-roll that dice pool of 9 because I rolled it out of order. And still roll 4 hits.
I don't like it.
I don't either.
So I roll my
You need a defense roll.
reaction plus intuition? Is that how it works?
So there should be a defense button on your sheet.
Oh, there is? Oh, look at that. I like buttons.
There it is.
I don't have to think when there's buttons.
Okay. So if you'd like to spend some edge, now might be a time to do that.
I think I would. Let's see what I rolled here. I rolled. Hey, I have a 4 in there. Let's do that thing where I magically, with my magic mage powers, and also edge, turn it into a 5. So now I have 4 hits.
Okay. So I'm forgetting this edition ties go to the attacker.
It'll still hit on a tie, yeah.
Oh, poopy! Okay. Well, at least it does less damage, right?
It'll do less damage. That's right.
Okay.
So you're only soaking 2 damage to 3.
I mean, I can handle 2 damage a lot better. And I roll my something else for that, right?
There should be a soak button. If not, it's just body.
Soak damage. With my body of 2.
Ooh. All right. So.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So take 2 boxes of physical.
Okay. Oh, Shadowrun. I've missed how I can roll dice and never roll a 5 and 6.
All right. So that'll bring us to.
How do I
Violet.
enter my damage? Where is it? I see the condition monitor.
Yeah, you should be able to just click on the boxes, right?
If you click on the settings toggle thing, it should show you the boxes.
And you said
if you didn't see it.
Physical?
Boxes of physical.
Okay. All right, did it.
Hey, at least it's not 3. It's not worth the dice pool penalty yet.
And then Amber, you said to go where?
If you see the little hammer and wrench in the corner, click on that and the boxes should just show up.
Yay! I like the boxes better. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we get to Violet now.
Great. So I saw the frog materialize.
You saw the frog materialize and leap for Curie.
Okay. This is the professor apartment, so I assume that there are large books within arm's reach.
There are, surprisingly enough, since this is 2080 or 2082. Books are not that common, but he's an old physics professor, so he has some really thick reference books.
Well, he might be about to have one less thick reference book, because I'm going to take a book and I'm going to hit this frog.
Okay. So we should see, what is your attack rating?
Attack rating.
Oh, and I figure with improvised weapons, probably 1 plus your reaction and strength.
Yes, and I have the what's it called? The martial art of the cowboy way.
Nice. Great name.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what it does, but it's a great name.
It does entanglement, which I don't think applies to this.
If the frog is small enough, you could catch it in the book, press it, like a flower.
You need a much larger book than that because it's 1.5 meters tall.
That's well, we never established how big the book was.
So
big for the gnome.
Well, let me see if that's enough to hit. First of all, I need a defense check. And what was your attack rating?
My attack rating. Where does that live?
Normally it'd be with each weapon, but you're doing an improvised weapon. So this is what are your reaction and strength?
My reaction is a 5, and my strength is a 2.
2. Okay, so not high enough that any edge is going to be exchanged. So I need a defense roll, and it rolls 2 hits.
Oh, so close.
Unless you'd like to spend edge somewhere there.
Yeah, can I spend edge to turn that 4 to a 5? And then that would give me 2 hits, and tie
That would
goes to
give-
me.
That would give you the tie.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So yeah, it takes some damage. Let me see. So it does take some damage. But you sort of have it grappled with you've closed the book on part of its mouth, and it's like an open book versus open mouth situation. But you seem to have it more or less grappled at the moment. Nova.
Excellent. Guys, be careful. Frogs can jump 20 times their length. And then I take my Ares Predator and shoot it.
Okay.
I'm holding up my finger and going, but you're faster.
What is your attack rating with that?
Where can I find it?
So to be with the weapon.
Okay.
Let's say
Oh wait,
pool
you know
van-
what? I'm on another page. Whoops, excuse me.
And you are probably at near range. So the second range increment.
So 10.
10. That is enough to get you an edge.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. So there's the defense roll. It is still not enough to dodge. So you net 5 hits. So the damage is 8. And it soaks 3 of it. And it looks like it soaks a little bit more than that.
I'd like to take this moment to give a shout out to Aaron. Aaron, thank you so much.
For that 18 dice pool. Material Girl.
All right.
Now that a shot has rang out.
So I was going to ask you, could I tell from our prior searching that there was or was not people in the neighboring apartments? Because I was going to think about shooting. At this point, I guess it's moot. So I'm curious.
You haven't seen anyone. You didn't see anyone in the hallways as you came up, and you haven't heard anything through the walls.
Okay. Well, if that big hand cannon seemed to have some sort of effect, mine should too. So I will spend a minor action because it's a smart gun to switch it to burst fire. Then spend a minor action to quick draw it and attack. I have a quick draw holster, so I get a minor action.
Okay.
Where's my? Oh, I put my character sheet. That's no good. All right, I want to attack with it. I want to switch it to burst mode. All right, so the attack rating is going to be 8 after vacations.
Okay. So no extra edge for that.
Okay. It is silenced, whatever that's worth. At least
So it is more silent than the Ares Predator that just shot out.
exactly, but it's also burst. So this is
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, this is a sliver gun. So hopefully this will.
Oh, the sliver gun, yeah. Those are pretty well silenced.
One of my favorite stealth things about 6C is sliver guns are good. Do I press this? Does that make an attack roll? Sounds like
it made an attack roll.
All right.
4 hits. And it's so you net 1.
All right, so that is going to be base damage 5 after the burst.
Yep, so 6 damage. Okay. It takes a very little bit of that. Curie. Sorry, you had another action?
No, I do, but I better hang on to it just in case I need it. So
okay.
All right. Well, making the mental connection about a spirit of beasts and knowing that this thing is coming at me. I'm going to do what I should have done in the first place and cast armor. And so Curie sees it and kind of has the eyes wide open of the realization. And the first attack kind of nicks her, but she kind of pulls some of the moisture from the air and starts speeding it up as she says, Costa dire, and a very thin layer of crackling ice kind of covers her before disappearing into kind of like her aura. And that is her casting armor. I think I have a minor action still. Am I able to, how many minors make a major?
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be kind of hard to get that second major action.
Yeah, I'm really cool, but I'm slow. So, yeah,
So,
I think
by the way, the armor does require a sorcery plus magic test.
Sorcery. Oh, sorry.
And you're adding the net hits to your defense rating.
For some reason, I was in D&D mind where I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not hurting."
I just cast it.
Just happens. All right, so
then you get to soak drain.
Exactly.
I don't want to. All right, so spell casting. Let's go ahead and push that button and see what happens.
Yep. All right. So you add 4 to your defense rating.
Oh, yay! Now I'm a little chonkier.
Yep.
All right. And I have focus concentration 3.
Okay, so you can sustain 3 spells.
Yeah, so that one's going to be one of my...
Okay.
Hold it.
And then your drain test.
Oh, Can you see me trying subconsciously to get out of this here?
Let me change the subject real quick.
I'm so bad. All right, where's my spell?
To be fair, I'm not always good at remembering to do the drain tests, so...
Yeah, it's getting late for me in Eastern time zone, and so I'm like a little slower on the uptake anyway. And also, I just don't want to take drain. So, let's see.
Nobody ever wants to take drain.
There it is. What did I roll?
4 is what you needed.
Yay! No headache, no sweat.
No problem.
That is ideal.
All right. So that brings us to the frog spirit. Just in time for that armor to go up.
Yeah, I knew I was going to need that. So
so it keeps at you. Actually, no, it is currently grappled.
I am, when I get my custodiere out, I am going to say, I'm really, really sorry Like, I don't want to be enemies. I'm sorry.
So Violet, you and the frog will do opposed close combat tests.
Okay.
You will get an edge because you currently have it grappled.
Right. And what is the
Oh, it's the it'll be agility.
okay. So it's just if I have close combat, is that what we're doing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a close combat test. Okay, it does manage to break free, but that's about all it does right now. It is trying to scooch closer to Curie, but it is unable to cobble together the 4 minor actions it needs to attack her.
Yay.
So it is your turn, Violet.
Okay, I would like to use one of my major actions to use the adept power of commanding voice.
Okay.
And I'm going to give this frog spirit my sternest look and say, "You never can tell which white pickle's going to squirt. You best step off." Trying to get them to stop attacking us.
Okay.
I love
So-
your
so-
characters, but they also hurt me. I'm
So-
taking stun damage.
So it's an imposed
Opposed.
influence test for
Mhm.
intimidation.
Okay.
And I get a +1 because I have 1 level of commanding voice.
Yep. Okay. It seems to It seems to have less intent toward Curie and is starting to look at you now. Nova.
Wording pickles. Did you know that Mesopotamians are considered creators of the pickle? And then I shoot with an Ares Predator again.
Okay. And I think you got an edge for that before.
I did. Just 2 hits this time. Whoops.
That misses.
Oh, well that sucks. I'd like to walk away.
I mean,
Further away from.
you can use some of your tasty
Yeah, okay,
tasty
alright,
eggs.
I'll do it. I'll spend 4 to reroll.
Okay. Reroll 16 dice.
I don't want people to be disappointed in me that I didn't do it.
And remember, any edge you have at the end of the encounter that is in excess of your
Goes
energy
away,
attribute
right?
goes away. So it's meant to be a fluid economy.
Sorry,
We'll
I didn't
take
do that
it from
right.
there.
But 1, 2, 3, 4.
I see 5 more.
So 8.
Okay.
No, 7. I don't do math. Fun fact: Amber in real life does not do math well.
So 7 total. You net 6. Okay. It takes most of that, but is still up.
That's a shame.
Material girl.
I'm going to switch it back down to single shot mode. It's a minor action, and then shoot it again. It might be it's. I can't figure out how to put it in single shot mode. 20 once I took it out. Only lets me do single or burst. So base attack rating is going to be 12.
Okay. So you gain an edge.
All right. It's only going to be 3 damage instead of, but it's just going to work that way because I can't switch it. Oh, shoot. I totally forgot to do what I was going to do for shooting. Okay. But I have an edge. You know what? I'm going to wait for, then I'll spend edge against that. Oof. That had to be 6s.
Yep, it was 6s.
All right, so I can't just turn them into non-hits. So I will buy reroll 2 dice and make them
roll the 2 6s.
Yeah, let me double check that I can do. I think it's 2. That. Oh no, it's only 1 edge. Okay,
It's 1 edge per.
All right. So yeah, I'll spend 2 edge to make him reroll his 2 hits.
Okay. Okay. So it does fall, and as it falls, it sort of dissipates into nothingness. And at this point, I will need to do. I believe it is. I will need Violet and Curie to both make body plus willpower tests.
Oof.
Oh no. I have a sneaky suspicion I does not.
Oh, that was just willpower. Oops. I'll just roll body now.
Yeah, just go ahead and roll body, okay? 4 hits is the number you need.
Oh, phew. Oh, phew.
Okay. Yeah, you're realizing you got a little too close, and there's a little bit of venom a little bit of contact poison that rubbed off on you, but you're able to resist it.
Frog funk.
Nova, you didn't tell me they were poisonous. You just told me they were small.
They can jump 20 times their body length.
That's also impressive, but still not poison.
I mean, you didn't give me the chance to tell you.
I take my chance to cast increased reflexes as I hike my butt on over to the sink and start washing off where it touched me.
I would like to observe in detail and listen for signs of people responding to violence and gunshots and or people sneaking towards us.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception test.
Nice. I'm good at hearing things.
You say you like stick your hand out the door and see what?
No.
Okay, so how are you doing this?
I am just listening for sounds of people.
Okay.
Audible sounds that are giving away that people are either coming towards us or responding in.
Yeah. So you do hear with 6 hits. You do hear down the hall. A couple of doors open. You hear people saying things like "What the deuce," and then the doors closing again.
All right. Shower's over. Throw on some clothes. We got to leave now.
I accidentally rolled it twice. But I will roll my drain. We'll take the 2 because I did that one first.
Yep.
Hey! Still feeling good. As we head out with him too, I'm going to cast invisibility on him.
On him, okay.
On Redstone.
Okay. Let me take a look at that real quick.
It's improved invisibility.
Improved invisibility.
Oh, I got no hits on that.
Ooh, oh wow.
So I'm going to go ahead and take my drain and then I don't know, I sneezed during that or something.
That was awfully close to a glitch.
Yeah, it was. All right, I take 1 drain. Don't cast magic and sneeze at the same time, y'all. It's just not a good.
Especially if you've ever had one of those like full body sneezes and you just heard after. I've done that.
I am gonna try again.
Okay.
So, because that was garbage. All right, are you gonna let me do it? There it is. There we go. 6 hits. Let's see how bad my headache is gonna get. Hey, I'm okay on that one.
So you do notice that as you're casting it, some of the energy sort of grounds out through him. And the spell affects him, but not as much as you would like it to.
Stupid cybernetics. I mean,
so that's not it.
Oh no. Well, that's what she's gonna assume it is.
Okay, so I imagine you know enough about your spell that this is not an essence spell.
This is not a essence.
This is not a spell that's based on essence.
I don't remember what it's based on.
So it's not a health spell.
It's illusion.
It's illusion spell.
Yeah.
Health spells are the ones that are penalized for having low essence.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
This should not be affected by his cyberware, but it is affected by something.
I'm still gonna blame the cyberware.
That's fine.
She could have special cyberware. Tell you what, cyberware that drains magic away, kind of useful.
I would like to look for a large bag to put the gnome in.
Can't he walk?
We're trying to hide him, right?
He's invisible.
Well, yeah, you don't see the gnome.
I'm quietly looking for a large bag.
Yeah, I mean, you find a couple of trash bags.
All right, well, let's put on our respirators and whatnot. So coming out of the building, our faces aren't on camera.
Turn around, sees invisible, pack some of his clothes, and I put a mask on.
Okay.
Does anyone have an extra respirator?
Can I do a disguise check to obscure her face plausibly without it being obvious? Here, I'll take your collar and pull it up, and
you pop the collar and put a scarf around it.
This will hide the armored lab coat.
Well, it's put it on inside out, of course. I mean, that goes without saying.
You've got a blanket. You can wrap a blanket around yourself.
All right. All right, let's go.
All right, so you pack up and leave the apartment. If you can check it for, I mean, well, it's probably been hacked too. But we can check my vehicle.
Your vehicle's staying right where it is.
Okay.
Material. Can you?
I have a motorcycle. I can take him pretty easily. If you guys want to go about a block away and wait for an Uber to come pick you up, we can rendezvous somewhere.
All right.
Sure.
Why don't we rendezvous at that soy bucks I mentioned? Because one of the people who was interested in this guy was there. There may be a trail to pick up.
All right. Do I need to maintain sight on him to keep my spell going?
No, once you've cast it, you don't have to.
Okay. All right, have fun.
It just takes up one of your sustaining slots.
Sure. So
if he's a gnome, I could probably put him in a saddle.
Material, can you call us?
He's not quite that small.
Can you call us a cab?
Yep. Like I said, it'll beat you about a block away. That way, you don't have to wait here on the corner because the police are on the way.
I removed my name tag and put it in my pocket.
Yeah. In some apartment buildings, when they hear gunshots, they don't call the police. But in ones like this.
So you guys do manage to get out. The hired car picks you up.
And going to a soy bucks is a very nondescript, non-memorable place to be dropped off at.
The three awkwardly uncomfortable women in the back, though, are a little more memorable.
Still silent. Still not sure who each other is yet. And as we go back to the soy bucks that Material Girl began this mission at, we're gonna break for our 5-minute break, and we'll be back to pick up the investigation.
And don't forget, you can type in #RemPC in the chat to enter to win a Shadowrun 6th World Seattle Edition core rulebook that will be shipped to you. So stay tuned after the show so we can get your information and send it. And you can get extra entries by going to remalternis.com/Nguyen.
All right. Thank you. And see you in 5.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? and to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a Mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
Welcome back, everybody. Our intrepid runners have just fled the scene of a shooting. At least that's how it's going to be spun. In reality, the frog spirit just attacked them, and they had to shoot it down. I believe they are now on their way back to the soy box. And so you guys arrive there.
Before we go in, whatever clothes he put on, I want to wave the bug scanner over just to make sure he's clean.
Okay. You do find one. You do find a bug, so you're able to pull it off and sort of toss it off the bike as you ride by.
Yeah, I should have done that before we. I will stick it on a car out front. Soy bucks rather than just throw it.
Okay. Go ahead and make a. We'll call that a stealth check. Palming.
Very nonchalant and slick.
Yeah, it is. Yep. So you stick it on the car, and you. Do you go into the soy box? You do see the hired car pulls up.
I'm gonna have. Okay, yeah, I don't know how long it's gonna be. We may as well all go. The person who was eyeing them, this was what, a female human?
Female human.
I suppose our luck isn't good enough. She's here on duty. We go in.
Sorry, female elf.
Actually, before we go in, I want to do a memory test to see what I can remember of her car and see if I see it. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. The car was a fairly nondescript Ford Americar.
But with 3 hits, maybe I remember enough of the license plate to be sure.
Yeah, you remember enough of the license plate.
All right.
It definitely did. I mean, it may have fit in with the tourists, but it definitely didn't fit in with the money that is normally here.
And do I see it around?
You do not.
Okay.
You see, so it's probably mid to late afternoon. So most of the money crowd has gone away. This is the really the soy bucks traffic has died off a little bit, and it's more the tourists.
Okay. And is the elf in question? I would expect she's not on duty, but does she happen to be? That'd be cool.
She does not happen to be on duty.
All right. Well, I will tell my comrades. I'm going to go talk to the barista, see if I can't find out anything about that person. I don't know if you guys want to check out whatever you can check out.
Well, it's been a long day. I'm going to go check out that menu.
Fair enough.
All right, so you guys get in line, and I mean the line's not terribly long. There's a we'll say human male at the counter. Who unless
Does he have? Go ahead.
I'm not gonna go full astral, but I'll turn my astral vision on after I take a seat so I don't fall over, and just kind of keep an eye on the different auras and see if there's any suspicious, hostile, whatever.
Go ahead and make an aura reading test.
You got it. Do you want astral or astral signatures?
Astral signatures.
Okay.
Okay. 4 hits.
4.
Okay. So you do notice a couple of things. One, there is the residue of a control thought spell on the barista.
On the one that Hal's talking to, or residue
right.
as in it's still active, or residue as in
As in it's recently expired. Because it doesn't last very long.
All right, now I'm looking around for mages.
The signature is familiar.
No.
Yeah.
No cologne.
Should have thought to look for bugs before we came here.
All right, I'm gonna start looking for mages. Those auras should pop. So I'm purposefully scooting a little closer to my invisible friend. Like just kind of leaning over, but like kind of half blocking, so that if a shot comes, like it's my job to take it. So.
Ooh. Okay. So you don't see a mage in here. I mean, you see a couple of people who have maybe a basic talent, but they're not the signature you're looking for.
No one that smells like frog cologne.
No one that smells like frog cologne. You do also get with 4 hits this time. The gnome has essence 2.2. And he is loaded with more wear than just the aluminum bone lacing.
Interesting. Gonna keep that quiet to myself while Nova is getting a snack and Violet's doing whatever Violet's doing, and Material Girl is talking to to the barista. But I've got my eyes open for any mojo.
Okay. So you guys are talking to the barista. Take your order.
Yeah, can we get a medium soy calf?
Okay. Beep, 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 beep. And
I just straight up order over Material Girl.
They grab a medium cup. Name?
Name? Whatever's fine.
Whatever. Okay. And you?
Actually, I was looking for a friend of mine. Actually, for the game master. Before I start a spiel, is this the guy I saw working with her, or is this another guy?
This is another guy.
Okay. Well, I want to tell him I'm looking for a friend of mine who works here, and give him a physical description. Can you tell me when she's going to be on duty next?
I've only seen her in a couple times. I mean, I didn't think she worked here, but I mean, she was here the other day.
Well, now that he knows who I'm talking about, I definitely want to apply him for everything I can get out of him.
Okay.
Should I roll con?
Yeah, go ahead and roll con.
I'll take it. So yeah, I'll give him a spiel about how we're the sorority sister. I'm here in town. I am not going to be here for long. It's important I get in touch with her really quick. You'd be doing me a huge favor. You're such a nice guy.
You do get the sense he's wondering whether or not he should make a move. But he sort of shakes his head like he's shaking off a daze. And says, "Yeah, Melissa has. I mean, she tried it a couple times and didn't like the job. I mean, I heard she stormed out after a customer threw a cup at her.
She hasn't been to work since.
No.
Say, are you? You look like a really responsible fellow.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you wouldn't mind if since she was working here, I'm sure you got a com code. I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah. Slides over com code.
You're the best.
At least that's the number she gave me.
Of course. Okay.
Can I get you something?
Oh, you already did. You're the best.
Oh, okay.
Look at his name tag and pretend like I knew what his name was.
Evan.
All right. I'm going to go.
Medium soy calf coming up.
Yep.
And so he slides your soy calf across. Soy calf for whatever.
All right, whatever. And I take it and I walk out.
All right,
then he turns at that point and goes over to the so there's a drive-through window as well. And you get the sense this is the only barista you've seen. So he's starting to get a little overworked, but I mean it's not exactly the morning rush or anything.
All right, this is good.
So, you get the sense that probably the manager said, "Yeah, you can handle an afternoon shift by yourself."
All right. I want to. Violet, are you talking to him?
No, I was checking to make sure folks is behaving while we're here in case someone's looking suspicious.
All right. So who is talking to him? Nova?
I mean,
well, who's picking up the drink? I'm not.
Me.
Nova
Me,
picked up the drink.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to send you a message saying, keep them talking. I know there's a back door. Can I see from where we are whether there's any other employees in the back?
You do not see any other employees.
All right. I'm going to go around and break into the back.
Hey, you know what, dude? Can I actually get some soy milk?
Oh yeah. Is that one out? And he points over to there's like a little carafe.
Yeah.
Hand it over here. I'll get another one.
Okay, go bring it to him.
All right.
I'm real slow about it.
So with that, I will give Material Girl an edge for the stealth check.
And additionally, too, while this is going on, just to let you know, I think I'm going to go ahead and summon myself a spirit.
Ooh, okay.
When I have a chance.
Like right here in the soy box.
Well, like it's not like it's going to manifest right in front of me. It stays on the astral.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, all right, let's try this out. Summoning.
All right, I'll go ahead and roll stealth for when.
Cool, thank you.
It's gonna come up.
I start droning on and on about facts about coffee.
Oh my
And
gosh.
while I give him some facts, I'm just like holding the carafe, like, yeah, no, you know.
So that gets him talking for a while, because apparently, like, to work at the soy bucks, you have to know a lot about the history of coffee.
Yeah.
And so he goes into the spiel, and it's all, I mean, he sort of builds off of what you're saying, and you end up this conversation lasting like 10-20 minutes. And Material Girl, you have no problem getting into the back undetected. There is no one else back there.
Okay.
Shuri, what is the force of the spirit you're summoning?
I think. Do we call force in 6?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Because it's a roll force times 2 to oppose
sorry, I thought it was about the rolls. It's been a while. Okay, so let's do a. For old time's sake, I'm going to do a force 6.
So remember, so what I'm saying is it's rolling force times 2 to oppose you. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh.
Don't like that. All right, let me roll my drain. How do I do that in here?
Well, you can you have edge. You can make it reroll some of those hits.
Yeah, you would like it to reroll some of those hits because
I only have one edge left.
You can make it reroll one of them, or you can save it for.
Yeah, rerolling one won't.
That's not going to help.
Just get it with 0 services.
No.
Yeah, because you're gonna soak drain equal to the number of hits it rolled.
So 7.
7.
All right, so I'm just going to roll a d6. What is my drain?
And that's more than your magics. That's going to be physical. So it might be worth it to knock that down one.
Yes, that's a good point.
That I will do. Okay.
Yes.
Hope he doesn't roll another hit though.
And what is my drain value or drain dice pool?
I believe your willpower plus logic.
So 6 plus 5, 11. 11 die.
That's bad luck.
Yeah.
What?
It's still going to be 7 drain.
It's still going to be 7 physical drain.
Wait, I haven't rolled yet.
Right, but you made him re-roll 1 to maybe make it 6 stun.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Life happens.
Yep.
Well, 5 is good.
Yeah.
You take 2 boxes of physical.
Okay.
So not happy, but happier than you could have been.
Yep, I'm the blood kind of goes through my nose and I like grab my head a little bit. And
that frog cologne is still coursing through your nose.
Yeah,
It's just not
rough.
comfortable.
But this is what I'm built for, and as soon as it winds down, if you want to make me take a minute, that's fine. But I'm gonna do it again, but maybe do a force 4.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll have you do that in a moment.
Okay.
We'll go back to Hal because you are. Are you sticking around in the back room? Are you doing like a search or anything? Or
I am going into the manager's office, whatever files. If probably most places it's all on some kind of a computer. So ideally, I'm looking for the post-it note, the manager's password, because that would be super.
You know what? What is your edge?
Currently or attribute?
Your edge attribute. Sorry.
Not good. 1.
Ooh.
I count on earning it, and then
that's fair. No, there's not a post-it note to be seen.
All right. Well, I do.
And you sort of realize why, because the conversation you're hearing about the history of coffee has still been going on throughout this time. Apparently, the manager's big about knowing things by memory.
All right. Well, I do want to to see if there's anything I can find about this person, any kind of records or any. Oh, actually, if I can make the security tape player playback and see any recordings of her.
Yeah, go ahead and make a computer test or electronics test.
But I can just tell computer, does it?
Hello, computer.
Exactly. All right. I'm sitting on some edge. With my one edge attribute, now options. So, what's the worst that could happen?
That's the worst that can happen.
You know what? I don't care. I want it to happen.
Twice now? Critical glitch twice now?
Yeah. Okay, we'll get back to you in a moment.
MVP award.
Curie, if you want to go ahead and roll that summoning test. Force 4, you said?
Yeah. Ow.
And what kind of spirit?
We're gonna go with air.
Air? Okay.
All right. Push all the buttons.
So this one is much more manageable. It's only 3 drain, and you do get 2 services out of it.
Great. Okay. So let me do my drain real quick so I don't forget.
And you do get to select 1 optional power.
We'll just go with elemental.
Okay.
Attack. Full reason D6.
And it's at that point that power to the building goes down.
Of course it does. I take 1 drain from that, but it's stunned. So,
stunned.
I don't even feel that with all the pain I'm feeling right now. It's fine. So I'm going to send the air spirit. I'm going to say, show it the aura mentally of Material Girl. And
Wait, what?
say, what?
You mean the signature that you're tracking, or?
Well,
Yeah.
I hold on. I want to tell it, keep an eye on, because she's alone right now.
Okay.
So trying to have some support over there. So I'm going to mentally show the aura of Material Girl and say, protect and defend her while keeping on a lookout for this aura, and show them the frog cologne.
Okay.
In my defense, hitting the power breakers resets the computers and all Tridio shows.
I'd like to do empathic sense, which is an adept power that's basically a minor version of a sensing.
Okay.
And it lets me read emotional states and physical health of the folks around me. And I'm looking to see when the power goes out. I mean, most folks are going to be confused or whatever, so I'm looking for anything that's sort of out of the ordinary is what I'm attempting.
All right.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make. So that's a intuition plus perception test.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody whose instinct is to go for it is somebody.
You broke up there, Hal. What was that?
Anyone whose instinct is to go for a weapon, a situation like that happens, is somebody we care about.
Yeah. She only has the senses the emotional state of the Karens in the room that are like, but I want my coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that the power is out to the brewer.
Karens can be dangerous. You got to keep an eye out.
Yeah, there's that wide variety of There's the Karen. There are the people who already have their coffees that are kind of confused, but some of them are like, yeah, there's enough light here. I'll go ahead and enjoy my coffee. Some of the people in line are more upset because they don't have their coffee yet. People toward the end of the line just walk out. But all of those are kind of what you expect when a coffee house loses power. You don't really see anything out of the ordinary, other than yourselves.
Hey, Evan.
Yeah, you do get a lot of people saying, "Why is the Matrix down?"
Hey, Evan, did you know that outages cost an average about 18 billion to 33 billion per year in the UCAS alone?
Amber, I love it.
All right, so you then. I mean, you basically just pulled the switch. Unfortunately, do you want to flip it back on?
Well, if to me succeeding electronics test of tapes, I think I need to come up with new strategies. So maybe I'll just get out of here before it gets worse than that.
Okay.
When Material Girl comes back into view, that's when I'll send the spirit to go looking for the aura. Check outside, check like around the block.
Actually, before I go back out, is what's Evan doing?
He's kind of looking around confused. This apparently is the first time this has happened to Evan. But you sort of squeaked out toward the customer area, out of the manager's office, just in time that as he looks like he's going to go back to the manager's office, he doesn't appear to have noticed that you've been back there.
All right, I want to. I don't know how the layout works possible. I want to get up where the baristas were and see leaves. What I want to do is look, because I remember the elf had reached down in what seemed to be an unusual place to pull the cup. I want to see what's going on there.
Okay. Yeah, so you look down there. There's it's below the counter. There's a little shelf, and it's where they store most of the supplies, like extra sleeves of napkins, extra lids, extra sleeves of cups, extra those plastic stopper things they put in the cup. It is nowhere that you would put a customer's order.
All right, and anything that looks out of place?
Make a perception test.
And this is what I'm probably going to spend edge on. Although I'm better at hearing than looking. Well, this sounds a lot more like a looking.
And this will be a looking test, a visual test.
Exactly. Oh, I should have. I get a bonus from vision enhancement. So does that work?
Yeah, that'll be enough.
All right, so 3 hits. That's a 4. All right, so I got 3 hits. I see 1 4. Is that right?
Yeah, I see 1 4 in the main pool.
All right, I will spend 2 edge to make that an extra hit.
Okay, very good. So 4 hits. Yeah, so you as you're sort of looking around, you're not like taking your sweet time, but you are giving it a fairly thorough once over. As you look where the little shelf where that cup you think would have been pulled from, you do see further back. There is what looks to be the backing for a patch, for a drug patch.
Yeah.
It's like the little piece of plastic you peel off.
Yeah, I'll grab it and vault over the bar and get out of here before he comes back up and sees me.
And then a couple of the people in line, hey, can you get me a? And you kind of ignore them as you go by.
I'll hand him a cup, just an empty cup.
But you didn't get my order. and by then she's gone.
Yep, I don't acknowledge him other than, here you go, here's a cup.
Any news from my spirit?
Yes. So I need to roll a search power. Make sure how this search power works. Magic intuition. So twice force. Okay. And I'm going to grant it an edge because you gave it a particularly good astral signature.
Sight and smell.
There we go. Trying to think if there's anything I need to use one edge for, and there's not much.
I'll take its edge.
I mean, it'll re-roll one of those dice.
Sure.
It'll re-roll that one and get an extra success. So 6 successes.
Yay! Good.
Yeah. So it takes a while. So it takes there's a full 10-minute search. It does tell you that because it's mentally linked with you, it does tell you that it has detected the mage's signature in the back of what must be a Ford Americar, about a kilometer away, and that it thinks if it approaches any closer, the frog spirit's going to attack it.
Trying to guess.
And so it returns. So you get a sense of where that signature is.
Yeah, I whisper to Violet, who's been sitting with me, what I've gathered about the the barista. Very quietly, or actually, you know what? I'll subvoke it. The barista, and I'll subvoke it to everyone because I'm subvoking. I remember how to play Shadowrun. Well, yeah. So the barista had mind control or control thoughts spell cast on it fairly recently. It's out now. It's not still functional. And then my spirit found the mage in a Ford Americar about a kilometer away. Frog spirit is resummoned. And I know where it is if we want to confront or track or.
I would like to let's start playing the bug game ourselves. I would like to coach that car and put my own bug on. If we can pull that off, that would be super.
Do you think you can sneak close enough without being spotted?
It depends on once I see the car. If it's in the middle of an empty parking lot, that's going to be hard.
I could cast invisibility onto you.
That'd make it a lot easier. Well, maybe not to a mage, though. Or a spirit.
That's true. However,
well,
you can't sense unless you are outside of the car. So
well, let's take a look at the car and it would be.
I'm real good at distractions, y'all. If there's something that we need to do, we can make it happen.
So it might be helpful to get in position and have Violet draw their attention while.
Well, I bet they're going to recognize us. They see
Yes, at this
any
point
of
they see us on
us,
camera.
it'll probably give the game up.
I don't know if we should really do anything anyway while we have him with us.
Well, that's why I'm thinking if I can get the location myself, perhaps.
Yes, you have the location.
I can direct you there.
Okay.
So we're just worried they're going to recognize us.
Well, yeah, it's possible because they got a good look at us while we were in the gnome's apartment via the bugs.
Okay. Tell you what. Let me use a little cowgirl's room for a moment. And if Nova has some of those clothes that she grabbed from the professor's apartment, see if I can help out.
The only thing is, too, the spirit, if they have it on surveillance, which it sounds from my spirit like they do, then they're going to recognize our auras.
Maybe not. If there's a lot of, I mean, if they're like parked on the side of a sidewalk and there's people walking past anyway, it's probably going to be fairly doable.
Did I get a view from the spirit of what the area looks like?
So it's in a parking lot. It's not alone in the parking lot. It's a fairly well-populated parking lot. And as you sort of look up where that parking lot is, it looks like they're parked outside a restaurant.
Restaurant, parking lot. You might be able to get close enough, but you want to keep objects between you and the spirit so it can't see you. So ducking behind cars until you're close enough, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at my, I think I remember my Croc, so that's sad. Okay.
I give Violet the clothes.
So Violet goes into the little cowgirl's room, and I'm going to use cosmetic control. And that is going to allow me to change my features within the confines of my metatype. So I'll still be an elf, but I'll be a different looking elf.
You have the first level of cosmetic.
Yeah, I do.
control.
Yes.
Okay.
I have the first level of it.
All right.
So just change everything about me.
So looking at the situation, does it look like it would be easier to just like go full ninja and try to just not be seen at all, or not, or try to disguise myself and appear to be like a regular pedestrian and just incidentally pass by the?
I think going full ninja because again, like whatever disguise you have isn't gonna fool the spirit if it sees you.
Yeah, it before it appeared, it could have taken good looks at all of us. That's true. So
Now, here's an idea though of how we can maybe work together with this. So if Violet is our distraction and the people in the car are distracted by her, then do you have cyber eyes material, girl?
I have some enhancements, but not actual full-on replacements.
All right. Well, one of the things that I could potentially do is have the spirit be up above in the sky or hidden somewhere and give the kind of a view of the area. Meanwhile, I can mentally communicate and kind of give you the go ahead of like it's coming around the corner, stop, or keep going, coast is clear.
Sure.
At least you can get
Uh,
a feel
all
for
right. And if
and safe.
and Violet want to have some sort of disturbance to draw attention, we can disguise them so at least they're not recognizable physically as them.
Indeed.
And I will find a bathroom and change out into ninja clothes rather than street clothes.
Put on some of the professor clothes because my skill does not let me change my clothes.
So, so the professor clothes are all gnome-sized.
Mm-hmm.
So they're pretty small.
Violet's like, yeah, I know.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going for like crop top and like
Daisy
kinda...
Dukes and crop top.
So pants worn like Daisy Dukes and like a waistcoat that bears the midriff.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
I knew
If
it
you
was
want to
signing
be
up for.
distracting, that's
Yeah.
distracting.
Yeah, you can certainly manage that.
So my plan is to go over there and find somebody and pick a fight with them about stealing my man. That's my plan.
Love it.
I'm gonna let y'all in on it if it starts to get a little wild over there. Those fights are always good fights. Everyone wants to know what happened when you stole somebody's man. They always want to know. I don't make the rules. I just know them.
Because they are watching these places, I think I'm going to, when we leave, go invisible as well. And I'll stay with the professor. And we'll stay hidden. And close by.
Are we able to tell, is the person still in the car by the time we're getting ready to go?
So are you having the spirit hang out there? And watch?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I'll ask you: is there thematically a type of restaurant you would like this to be?
Well, we're near the soy bucks. That's in the fancy part of town. So maybe this is like fancy Italian date night kind of place.
So it's a it's not like really upscale, but it's upscale enough that it attracts the tourist crowd. And that a scene would definitely occur if a fight broke out. So the spirit reports to you that it looks like the people in the car, and there are 4 people in the car, are having an argument. And then, the body language suggests they're having an argument, and then finally the argument ends, and they all get out of the car and go into that restaurant.
Oh, well, that makes our jobs much easier. Hopefully.
Right. Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
And what is the frog doing?
The frog is hanging out with the mage in astral space, so it sort of goes into the restaurant with him.
Oh, okay.
All right. So this happens before we can pull the trigger on our plan. We're still getting organized on that.
Yeah.
Okay. What can we tell of the 4 people we saw?
So it gets to tell what it can see in astral space. So let me roll a sensing test.
So I was gonna say it's a bug in the car. Why don't we just take her? But now there's 4 of them, so that is interesting.
3 successes. Okay.
Not surprised the professor did say it was a Shadowrun team.
So the things you get. I need all these things open. Where's my sensing table now? There we go. Okay. So looking at the so the mage has magic. Let's see here. Magic greater than the spirit's force. So greater than 4.
Mm-hmm.
It is the mage you're looking for. It is. It has the frog funk. Then we go to other people there. There is a dwarf male who is mundane, whose essence is lower than the spirit's force, and has quite a bit of cyberware.
So cyberware and what else? I'm sorry.
Its essence is lower than the spirit's force.
No
Right.
magic and a lot of cyberware.
Yeah.
There's an elf female.
That's I thought she was the mage. Or is there another elf?
No. No, the mage is a human male.
Interesting. I still can't guess what the hell he controls.
Let's see. So the elf female has essence lower than the spirit's force, and significant cyberware. And then we've got a human male who is an adept with magic higher than the spirit's force.
So dwarf male cybered up, elf male cybered up, human male adept, and
Human male mage.
Yeah. Trying to bushwhack them here is not a great idea. So it's for sure the car.
yeah, the goal I think, is just get a trace on him. And then I think our next step is get into hiding and find a Decker.
So with the hopes of finding a Decker.
Well, I'm totally not going to leave well enough alone. I want to bug the car, and surely if they were arguing, it's not over. They're going to keep talking in the restaurant. I totally want to surveil.
Violet's right. Everyone loves drama.
I know how the world works.
Yeah. Well, anything we learn is going to be useful, even if personal relationship drama.
So we'll have you guys execute this plan next time.
All right.
As we're closing in, we're getting close to the midnight hour Eastern time. So I believe we wanted to end a little bit early to allow for some announcements.
Yes, we do. So first of all, as we're wrapping up here, last chance to type in #RemPC into the chat for an entry to win a physical copy that will mail to you of the Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition. So get your last chance to enter for that. And don't forget to also go to remalternis.com/Nuyen to get any bonus entries you want. For every $5 you spend, you get an extra entry, and that helps us pay our cast and crew so we can keep putting on great content for you. And what else? And also, please, if you would be so willing, if you could check out remalternis.com/misspent-youth. It is a Kickstarter for an RPG that's a heavy narrative storytelling focus, light rules, teen angst, punk rebellion, fight against authority RPG. It's a lot of fun, a lot of great stuff up there, and we are almost funded. So please go check that out as well and support if you have the means. Thank you. And with that, I think Kender is tallying the totals here so that we can select a winner, and also has reported to us our top donors so that we can read their messages online here. So Amber, you want to take one of them? Why don't you take your friend Aaron's?
I will. Reverend 00. Never trust a decker and stay safe in the shadows.
I love it. Thank you so much for your donations, Reverend. And how about the second one? How about we do Violet?
I want to make sure that I get the name pronounced right. So it's Riritan or Riritan?
I think it's the first one. That's how I always say it in my head.
Okay. Riritan is the best gnome.
I love it. I love it. And last but not least, Hal, how about you take the last one?
I'm pretty sure you wanted that one. I don't want to step on your toes.
Nope, it's absolutely you.
Okay.
It's a pun, and she doesn't want to do pun.
Yep.
This is from Eason. And normally he doesn't call, but onion rings.
Can you say that one more time? Because it did break up for me a little bit. So I don't know if it did for anyone else.
Oh, I certainly hope not after a good donation. So, once again, thank you, Eason. And this is especially for Sarah. Normally, your food doesn't call, but onion rings.
I'm upset. But we do have a winner. Our winner for the first raffle of the Gen Con TV series is Dubs11.
Very nice.
Erica, you win a copy of the Shadowrun book. Congratulations. Thank you guys so much for playing with us, hanging out with us, supporting us. And we will be back next week with another giveaway, with another pre-show where we'll be talking about talking to Reverend actually on the pre-show for the Shadowrun missions and seeing what that's all about. And then we'll be playing episode 2 of Emerald Glitch.
Part 2 of the case of the Beleaguered Professor.
Ooh.
I think it's
I'm so excited.
Drugged Professor so far.
Yeah.
And next week, Randy will be back and joining us. Or I don't know if I can say he's back if he hasn't been here. But Randy is our decker. And
Yes.
Randy will be here next week with us. He couldn't make tonight. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Anybody want to say anything else? Plug anything? Jen, you have a thing to plug.
I do. I am Jen, and I run the Geek Forge. And we got lots of cool stuff. We're going to be launching a new collection soon, so you can come check that out. It's thegeekforge.etsy.com, or thegeekforge.org is our primary website with lots of blog articles and other fun stuff like interviews with content creators. So come visit us on the cyberspace.
Awesome. The Geek Forge is amazing. Bob, do you have anything you want to plug?
Yeah, I'll plug. We have our Tuesday night Shadowrun 5 Chicago missions. We're currently on hiatus because we've just finished season 6, and we're gearing up for season 7 that should start in the next few weeks. So come join us for that.
Yeah, that's really cool. I love that show. It's on. I just dropped the Twitch channel. It's www.twitch.tv/masterofrem. And Bob is one of the missions writers that worked on the Chicago missions that he's running for us on Tuesday nights. So it's really cool to have that show together. So, and Amber and Jen are in that one too. So get more Amber and Jen, which who wouldn't want that?
Thanks.
Awesome. Amber, anything to plug for you?
No, unless you want another hot fact.
Nope. Hal, how about you?
I'm confused and frazzled. I've been streaming way too long, so I just want to thank everybody for being here, and I can plug this show for next week. Be here or be square.
Awesome. Yeah, do it. And I'm Rem or Sarah, and you can find us on Twitch at twitch.tv/Master of Rem, or join our Discord. I'm going to rely on Kendermage to drop that in the chat. We are at time, so thank you all. Thank you, Tom, who is our tech behind the scenes and has done a lot to pull this show together. So thank you very much, Tom.
Tom has done a lot of good work.
Yeah, thank you. All right, guys, we'll see you next week. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.